Amy Gummer, his sister-in-law, Henry Wolf Gummer, brother-in-law, so forth. He's married to Grace Gummer, Meryl Streep's, one of Meryl Streep's daughters.
What was the name of the song again?
More Bounce.
More Bounce.
To the Ounce. Which is a great name of a song.
Yeah.
More Bounce.
That's a better name than
the Ounce.
Uptown Funk.
Uptown Funk's pretty good. More Bounce.
Let me get into it here.
I think this is it.
It's not letting me get in there.
Oh, there it is, that guitar. It's that guitar.
Yeah, well,
Similar.
very similar. You said he was sued. I'm assuming the suit was successful in one way or another.
Doesn't say.
Settlement?
Just said lawsuit was filed. Similar.
Yeah, I'd say.
I enjoy that Mark Ronson TV show on. Is it on Apple?
What's that?
It's on the Apple.
What is it?
It's just where he'll take an instrument or a type of music and do a history of it and interview other artists and
What's it called?
experiment. I can't remember the name of it now.
Sounds interesting.
I'll look it up.
It's very good though.
Mark Ronson.
See the sound.
Watch the sound.
Watch the sound.
Watched on Apple.
Yes,
Okay.
pretty good.
He's you just look at his bio. He does lots of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He's a talented fellow.
Well, he's also involved in a lot of charity work, and he's on the various foundations and boards. And I say and it says here, Mark Ronson never sleeps.
I bet that's not true.
He
I bet he sleeps sometimes.
he released a cover of the Smiths. Stop Me If You Think You've Heard This One Before, under the title Stop Me.
Stop me.
What would that be like?
Let me see.
That's, I mean, I remember the Smiths, but I can't imagine what Mark Ronson would do with that.
Well, he's a DJ. That's what he does, is take songs and do things with them.
He,
Nope.
Stop me if you think that you heard this one before. Stop me, stop
okay.
me. Stop all the last 10 seconds of life. Like crashing down on the crossbar. And the pain was enough to make
Yeah.
it shine for bullets reflect.
You want to try one more?
Sure.
He remixed Bob Dylan's Most Likely You'll Go Your Way, I'll Go Mine, which is kind of a funky, for Bob Dylan, it's a pretty funky song.
Is it Uptown Funk?
No, I would say it's Minnesota funk. Probably Duluth funk.
Duluth.
Yeah. And be interesting what he did with that.
Trouble finding it.
Well, it doesn't matter.
What does?
Nothing.
Does anything really matter?
What was the song title again?
Most likely you'll go your way, I'll go mine.
Too long of a song title.
It's not coming up.
That's the the predominant theme of the song and the line in the song.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's okay.
I'm not finding it under
Doesn't
that.
matter. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Nothing really matters. So there you go. Married to a gummer. Mark Ronson married to a gummer.
I married a gummer.
What a gummer.
I don't know if my last name were Gummer, I might think about marrying somebody with a different last
Well,
name.
you think they should have taken Streep? They should have been.
Yeah.
We're going to go with Streep.
Yeah,
Made it
instead.
legal?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they should have all been Streeps. When Meryl Streep married Mr. Gummer should have said, let's just mix things up a little bit. I'm going to go by Streep from now on. Don Streep, that's me. Not Don Gummer. I'm sick of that. Wouldn't you? Can you imagine having a name?
Well, I imagine that he's addressed as Mr. Streep quite often.
Probably.
At gatherings and things.
Probably. I'd like you to meet my husband. Oh, Mr. Streep. How
Mr.
nice to meet
Streep,
you.
but that happens all the time. So,
But can you imagine being saddled with a name that everybody in the world would make fun of?
Gummer.
Gummer's one of them. You know, so my first name, kind of Ralph. People, that's a name people kind of
But
make
you
fun
never
of.
went. But you never went by Ralph
Because people made fun of
Oh.
it. That's why. I didn't want people going, "Hey, Ralph." And Kerry had a little problem with his name.
That's why you need to be careful what you name your kids, and why we always tell-
Muhammad, for instance.
Muhammad is
Yeah.
a perfectly fine name.
It certainly is. It's one of the most popular names in the world.
But if you're expecting and debating what to name your child, please check with us.
Yeah.
Always. It's a free service that we offer.
And a lot of times we have mom and dad don't agree on what the name should be, and
Let us arbitrate.
Yeah, we can help you decide. We're good at coming up with the jokes that might be told about your child's name if maybe you haven't thought of. And
Of course, we can make a joke out of anybody's
Sure.
name. It can be a perfectly straight ahead name or a strange name. Just don't name your kid Kylo, for instance, or just don't do those sorts of things. It always bugs me when, of course, people thought that I named my eldest child after somebody on 90210, which I didn't because I have never watched 90210. He just happened to be born when that was a popular show. I had no idea.
All
well,
right.
run it by us.
Yes.
Yeah, like Gina. Would you name a kid Gina?
No. Ugh.
I mean, seriously, is that
What?
a name you like
Would you
or
would you
don't
change
like?
the spelling? Let's
No.
put it that way.
No. I prefer the Gina to Gaeanna or
Yeah, because that's Jeannie
yeah.
or Janae.
No,
Gina is Gina. Everybody knows that.
I didn't mind being Gina because I was always the only one in the class. There were like 4 Ginas.
Yeah. I was always the only Bill. No, that's not true. Actually, I didn't know really. I don't recall knowing many Bills when I was growing up. It's not that popular a name.
Bill?
Used to be, a long time ago, but you don't run into many Bills, do you?
I'll say it again. Moratorium on Mike. All right.
Yeah, that's a name.
Let's
Don't need
retire that one for a while.
Plenty of
need it.
Mikes.
There are
Don't need
plenty
it.
of Michaels.
And there are plenty of Steves, really.
Plenty of Steves.
Yeah. Jims? Plenty of Jims?
Quite a few Jims.
Yeah. So let's go with Kylo.
Go with Kylo.
Now you're pivoting.
Yeah, now I'm
You're
gonna
pivoting.
Pivoting to
back.
Kylo
Yeah,
here
sure,
now.
why not?
Why not?
All right. Well, I guess we ought to get to the bottom of all of this.
I suppose.
Reach the end if we can. Let's go. We'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Perhaps you have thoughts on a name. Are you considering a name for a child?
What's in a name?
That's Anna Rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. So give us a call, 877-602-9696. Love to hear from you. Are you happy with your name, or did you grow up loathing your name? Let us know, 877-602-9696. That's the check-in number.
BigOTires.com.
You betcha. Final week to save big on brands you know and trust at your locally owned Big O Tire store. So here's what they're doing. Buy 3, get 1 free on Nexon, Aspen, GTAS, or OR, up to $140 in rebate savings on Michelin, BF Goodrich, and Uniroyal. Plus 12 months no interest financing is available. Now, you say, do I really? Yes, you do. You do need new tires. The Big O brand tire is nice as well.
This is a good time of year to look at it when the weather's starting to change.
And congratulations to Payson, Utah, for getting a Big O tire.
Oh, congratulations. Yes. Big O has been in business for over 60 years. Legendary service. I'm sure you can find a Big O tire store near you because there are over 50 locations here in Utah. So go to bigotires.com. They are the team you trust.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm inside your speaker right now, talking to you. Want $1,000 bucks?
It's $85. She sprayed some in the air and then started naming all the benefits. The main one was that it allows you to fart and nobody can smell it.
That's a selling point.
That's what she said. She said, if you're in an elevator and you're wearing this perfume,
She's the classy one.
Do they have a guy's version? Because, boy, I tell you, I'm
You
holding.
want to wear something called fancy?
I'm holding one back right now, and I don't
Do you
want
need
to
a
go
moment?
ahead.
I don't want to
No,
hurt
don't
you
Go
guys.
ahead.
no.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Go on.
Why?
Do it.
Go
Do
outside.
it. Come on,
Don't.
chicken. Come on, do it.
Don't.
Do
Not-
it.
Not chicken. I'm just not sure you really want.
Do
that.
it.
Why do you want him to do that?
Do it. I don't believe him. I don't believe he's holding one.
I believe
and
he
I don't-
always has one ready.
And I don't
I
believe.
believe he
Just
can.
put the microphone down.
Don't do it. I'll leave the room.
There. And I don't believe it's going to be as bad as you say.
What, you weren't serious?
That's the lowest we have ever sung on the radio.
And I didn't even go all the way.
Oh man,
There's more.
that's dangerous.
He,
Yeah, he did. I made him.
he,
I made him.
You know how I am with peer pressure. Here, Carrie, have a drink. Here, Carrie, fart. You know, pull my finger. Listen, it started when I was a
do
kid.
that.
He
It
did.
started when I was a kid. My dad used to make me pull his finger.
He did. I don't smell anything. Seems
Well,
fine.
it'll circulate.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
It'll come
Maybe
around.
maybe we better take a break.
I haven't been eating much meat lately, so,
Oh, jeez. Well,
you know.
yeah.
You know, for someone that just
That
tuned,
was really
tuned into
good.
this show for the first time,
I know, they
just
would-
now,
We don't usually
they'll-
do
they,
that.
We've lost them forever.
Usually,
Really?
you know, we're
Do you think? You don't think that they could forgive us just this one?
I can't forgive you.
now long-time listeners of the Radio from Hell show. If you'd like to call us now,
Listen, I was goaded into it.
I did.
Hope
I
you're
pushed
both
him.
happy.
He was calling me names. He
I
was
pushed
pointing
him.
at me.
I pushed him. It's a good thing there wasn't a cliff.
I'm glad we don't have a sponsor for the boner right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll ever have
Nope.
one either after that. Oh my God.
He made me. All right. Uh-oh.
Weather?
Somebody
Getting-
just texted and says, "Well, that's why you guys have a new three-year contract."
And Sue just texted in, I am so proud to be your wife
Your
right
bags
now.
are on the porch.
I also just got a texter that says, "I can smell it from here."
It really is bad.
Is it?
Well, I've been holding it all morning. I haven't had a chance to
Yeah.
leave.
I know what that's like.
I figure I'd be fine until, at 10.
Yeah.
I really started to kink up, and then you talked about that perfume.
Oh God, I can't believe you did that.
Now, listen, how do you guys know it wasn't just a recording
It
of a
wasn't.
fart?
He put the
Shut up.
microphone
Yeah.
down.
Shut up. It could have just been a recording of a
No.
fart. You don't know.
You don't, but I'm here to tell you, it was.
Well, see, these guys are selling it.
Yeah.
They're acting.
Nope.
Mm.
That was real.
Oh man.
Great.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Don't.
Yeah, it was. It was real.
told you.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to do it
No,
too.
no.
All right.
I don't have one, or I might.
Is it like yawning? It just, once somebody
No,
does it,
no.
everybody
It's
just...
contagious.
No,
Just
I got.
jumps in and-
No.
Okay, all right. Let's get this over with.
You bet. You can call and check in with us at 877-602-9696. Meg the manager, I saw Meg the manager on Saturday. She said, I wish I could call and check in more often, but I'm driving up the canyon.
Oh, yeah.
Up to Park
she's
City.
got the
she-
drugstore she manages.
Yeah, she says I can't, so I can't really do it, and I'd love to do. And it was nice to see her. She's a lovely person. At any rate, let's get it over with, and we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Gina.
Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
The moon is it's waning. It's still 94.4% of full, so it's
I still
pretty,
had to close my blinds last night.
it's pretty big in the sky. And let that be a lesson to all of you. Gina does not close her blinds when the moon is,
Well, no. It's,
so you can. It's easier to see in.
when it's not bright outside, I don't need to close them.
Remind me to tell you a Peeping Tom story sometime.
Okay.
The moon is, it's waning moon, and the moon will set today at 9:31 a.m. Today being Monday, it's the 12th day of September in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2022, and because it is September, well, there's a light in your eye that keeps shining, like a star that can't wait for the night. I hate to think I've been blinded, baby. Why can't I see you tonight? And the warmth of your smile starts a burning, and the thrill of your touch gives me fright. I'm shaking so much, really yearning. Why don't you show up? Make it all right. Yeah, it's all right. 56 days until the midterm elections, ladies and gentlemen. Only 30 days till we celebrate our 8,000th episode of the Radio from Hell show. If we make, it could be 7,999. You never know. You never know. Anyway, let's go to check-ins if people have a mind to do that.
Sure.
877-602-9696.
I saw Ranger Kate was on the
Ranger
line.
Kate is on the line.
Hello, Ranger Kate.
Good morning, Lord.
Now, are you happy with your name? Ranger's kind of an unusual name.
Well, my full name is Catherine. When I was a kid, I hated it, but as an adult, I actually love it because it's a very grown-up name,
Yes.
very, it's old-fashioned, yet it can be shortened into so many different things. I shortened it to Kate, so I love Catherine and Kate.
Well, let's call you Ranger Catherine, shall we?
No, we've already
Ranger Kate is a
established.
little easier to say.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
true. Ranger Kate.
established.
All right. So what's up?
So, on this day, in 1964, President Lyndon Johnson signed Canyonlands National Park
Oh, nice.
Yay.
into effect.
How about that?
So it is the birthday of Canyonlands National Park. It has the distinction of being the only national park in Utah that began as a national park. All the others began as monuments.
Monuments, and then they and you know why they call it Canyonlands, don't you?
'Cause it's
there are a lot of canyons there, right?
There are a lot of canyons
So
there.
many-
yes.
a
several.
land of canyons, if you will.
Several canyons.
Coming
I
up
think
next.
I
Coming
think
up.
it's my favorite Utah park.
Coming up next hour, the origins of Thousand Lake Mountain. We'll get to the bottom of that coming up.
I was at Canyonlands one time, Ranger Kate, many years ago, and went on a very long hike with my ex-wife, and we were in quest of this river. There was water, so we were going to go maybe bathe in the river. And we went on this long hike, and we got to the river bank, and we were immediately consumed by horseflies.
Wow.
Clouds of horseflies stinging. We couldn't stay. We just
hurt.
turned around and went the other way. It was
That's
horrible.
miserable.
Yeah.
Those hurt.
Yeah. Well, Kate,
Thank
thanks.
you, Kate.
Thanks for
Thanks,
checking
Kate.
in.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a nice day,
Bye
guys.
bye.
All right.
Bye.
Okay. Larry from Ogden.
Buckle in. Here we go. Hi, Larry.
Carrie, Bill, and Gina.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a very common name.
Yes.
My first name's Larry, but I don't disclose my last name.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was in Utah, I got a DUI, right? So I like to drink a lot,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and so I had to make life-changing decisions. I had to quit driving. And,
So you could drink. Yeah.
so I moved to Colorado over here, and stuff was festering for me before I even got here. About 6 months after I got here, I got a letter from the courthouse saying I owed thousands of dollars in parking tickets and stuff like that. So I had to go down to the police station and clear it up. Well, they says, well, your driver's license number is this and that. This is your address. And I told them, well, I never had a Colorado license.
Ah,
But yeah, be careful and give your kids an odd name, and that anybody that gets my name and wants to use my identity, I feel sorry for you.
I do too. I feel sorry for
Yeah.
you, Larry.
So be careful with your names that you name your kids.
Yeah, okay.
This is good advice.
Anything else?
Bill,
Yeah.
bye.
Okay. See you.
There we go.
Have a good day, folks.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
Larry from Ogden, everybody.
love
He'll be
Larry.
back. Yes, he will. All right. Let's see. We're thinking about naming our girl Sybil.
Sure.
Is there enough
Yes. It
time
was
has passed?
It was
I
40
think.
years ago.
40 years
Yeah,
ago?
it's fine.
I think so.
Okay. We're talking about the multiple personality, Sybil. I know someone who named their kid
Albus.
Albus.
Like Dumbledore.
Oh, Albus Dumbledore.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not
Not good.
Johnny B checking in, listening while eating Lucky Charms, and looking at a two-headed duck my girlfriend made in a taxidermy workshop at the Oddities Expo over the weekend.
What?
Her and I are trying to come up with a good name for said two-headed duck.
A two-headed duck.
I said we'd help with kids. I didn't know we'd two-headed duck name. Sybil.
Sybil. There you go. No more Davids. Yeah.
There are a lot of
A
days.
lot of Davids.
Named my kid Mars Beck. Mars Beck Low. Mars Beck Low.
Mars?
Mars. All right.
Okay. Let's see. Austin from North Ogden checking in on my way to Vivint to install some fire sprinklers.
What, they don't have fire sprinklers there?
Maybe they need more.
Jeez.
Let's see. Lunch lady Katie checking in. Hawaiian haystacks for lunch today.
Ooh.
Popular item.
What is that, actually?
They're like rice with chicken and then those crispy noodles on top of them.
What's Hawaiian about
Yeah, what
that?
makes them
I
Hawaiian?
don't know. I think the
Is there pineapple
I think
involved?
the meat portion is Hawaiian.
Is there some sort of pineapple
Maybe.
involved in it?
Is it
You
pork?
don't really know what it is,
No,
do you?
it's-
No, you have no idea.
I
I'll
mean-
look it up.
What you were describing sounded good.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like a Hawaiian
I
haystack.
don't know where the Hawaiian part comes from. Let's see. I'm a teacher. I've seen my share of weird names and normal names spelled weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Names? All the kids change them anyway.
All right.
do
Here,
they?
you want a Hawaiian haystack?
What is it? What is it?
Here's what it is.
Okay. Then we'll break.
Yeah, Jeannie, you were pretty close,
Yeah.
really. It's rice,
Yeah.
crispy chow mein
Yeah.
noodles,
Okay.
peas, tomatoes, chicken and sauce,
Yeah.
pineapple, coconut, cheese, green onions, and olives. And you
put it in
slam
a
all
little
that together
mound.
on rice, and you eat it. And it freezes well, it says here.
That sounds like you're just trying to use up everything in your
sure.
fridge.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, yeah.
Well, traffic, Gina, please.
Well, things are good. UDOT hasn't reported anything in about an hour and a half, which means things are moving well. Now, sometimes UDOT gets it wrong, and you, friends of the program, have to correct them and say, no, there's a big issue over here. And then you text it into us, 33986, and I will pass it along. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community while the name's changing. Commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First. YouFirstCU.com.
Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back in our next break. Big boy news and opinioendo and sports with Amy Donaldson. All coming up.
Great.
We can find out which one of our teams lost over the weekend.
One of them did.
No.
At least one of them did.
Yes, one of them did. The Aggies, Gina.
Oh.
They were beaten soundly by the Weber
Well,
State
that-
Wildcats. For the first time since 1975.
Your own Weber State Wild.
I don't own the team, Gina. I do not own the team. I just went to the school.
All right. Coming up. Stand by.
The X.
Boy, you came through, everybody. We got a flood of best questions, and don't worry, we're going to hang on to those, and perhaps if we don't read yours today, yours will get read on a different Friday when we do best question of the week. Keep them coming. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Katie, what is our best question today?
Today comes from Missy Parrish. It says, what cartoon character would you see yourself married to? In this situation, they're all single.
Cartoon character. Well, Jane Jetson. Jane Jetson.
Now, you notice in our last break we said even stupid questions, and I think that we picked the dumbest one. But
Now, Bill, Jane Jetson, when I think of Jane Jetson, I remember the part in the opening of the Jetsons where she's asking her husband for money, and he pulls out his wallet and takes a couple bucks out, and then she grabs the whole wallet and just leaves him. That's you. You want to be married to that woman?
Wow. Yeah, that's some consequences here, Bill.
Yeah, Gina, because she's just like all women, you know.
They just want money.
Jane, if I could be married to Jane and Judy at the same time.
Wait a minute. Now, mother-daughter?
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's weird.
You went weird, Bill.
Well, and I also
weird.
like Betty Rubble. I also kind of always like Betty Rubble.
Yeah, there was an
Barney's
appeal to
wife.
Betty.
But she and Barney, I wouldn't want to break up that relationship.
That they do have a good relationship, you have to admit.
So,
Gina?
but Jane Jetson.
All right.
Woody.
Woody
Woodpecker?
No, Woody from Toy Story.
Why Woody?
Why
Woody?
Because he takes care of everything.
But there's a snake in his boot.
He takes care of everything. He's looking out for everybody, and he
tries to
can,
please everybody, Gina, and that never works.
Everybody looks to Woody to make everything better, and he's the moral compass of whatever group he's in.
Now, is
everybody.
Could we
Woody, what
consider
should
him
we
a
do?
cartoon character specifically? I mean,
He's animated.
Yeah, but he's like a what do you call that kind of animation?
That's a computer animation, so
Yeah.
you have to decide whether you're a purist or not.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna go down that.
Are you an inkist?
No, I guess I'm not an inkist. It's Woody for me.
Really?
He can ride a horse. He's a gentleman.
Yeah.
Okay. I will go with the absolute sexiest cartoon character, Velma from Scooby-Doo. She's
Yeah. Yeah.
She's smart.
no, she's hot. She's hot. Well, she's very smart too. Yes, that's true. But she's hot. it's the I think it's the sweater. The base answer would be Jessica Rabbit, obviously.
Yeah, but
But you want to be married to Jessica Rabbit?
I
She
think
seems
that would-
like trouble.
She does seem like a trouble magnet. And also, think about it.
she was an alcoholic, I think.
Think about it. She has sex with rabbits. Okay? Think
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, you don't want.
I don't think you want to be married to her. You might that's a fun weekend. You don't want to be married to
that's
Jessica
exactly.
Rabbit.
That's a weekend in Toontown right there. There you go.
That's a weekend in
And then you walk away, you rub the ink off of your self and pretend it never happened, and then just have fond memories when you're old. You look up and you say, "Grandpa, what are you smiling about?" And he'll just go, none of your damn business.
You don't need to know.
You want to tell me about her? No, I don't.
Of course, there's
No,
Betty
this
and
is
Veronica.
true. Oh,
Betty
sorry.
and Veronica from
Betty and Veronica from Archie Comics. Which do you choose, though, is the question.
It's just they go together. Betty and Veronica.
Bill
But if
keeps angling for two.
Well,
That's
See, you keep doing this plural.
I
know.
was born and raised in Utah.
That's true. Your last
You're
name is
polygam-
all red.
your polygamist roots are showing, Bill.
Yeah.
You're a
But if you-
cartoon polygamist.
If you have to choose, you have to decide. I mean, Betty would be loyal to you for life and would love you forever. However, with Veronica, you got Daddy's money there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go with Veronica then. If I had to make a choice, I'd go with the money.
And you're not wrong, Texter.
What's that?
It didn't even dawn on me why I was so attracted to Woody.
Why's that?
Because he's voiced by Tom
It's
Hanks.
Tom Hanks.
He is. Oh.
That's part of it.
Let's see. Someone is saying Luann from King of the Hill. I don't know. She also seems like she's more trouble.
Yeah.
Race Bannon from Johnny Quest.
Sure.
Mike Pence?
Here's the thing about Race Bannon is his solution to everything is to throw a barrel at it. You know, it's
It works some of the time. Not all the time.
let me throw a barrel at it. All right. Let's see. People are agreeing with me on Velma. It's the sweater and the glasses combo. Let's see. Clearly, the answer is Lola Bunny from Space Jam.
Oh.
I just found an article. It's 15 cartoon characters we secretly fancied, female cartoon characters. Here, Betty Rubble, Penelope Pitstop.
Oh, yes. I remember Penelope Pitstop from the Wacky Races.
Yeah, Daphne from Scooby-Doo.
See, everyone went after Daphne because she, she was the tall, pretty one, but Velma was really the hot
Oh,
one.
the cartoon Wonder Woman is pretty hot.
Yeah, she's all right, yeah.
Chitara, I don't know who Chitara
Chitara
is.
from Thundercats.
Oh yeah, well there
Yeah,
you go.
pretty,
I see her
pretty
now.
hot, too, yeah.
There are no men in this one. I'm sorry, Gina.
Okay, sorry.
Now Ariel the mermaid, she seems a bit young,
Yeah, I think she was.
but I mean in the original story she wasn't.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Little Mermaid. But then there's this villainous evil Lynn from He-Man.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. She seems...
What? Well, we got a text. Checking in from Brigham City Hospital, about to have our third child. It's a boy. Open to changing his name now, haha. His name is Lewin. Now, I'm worried. Llewyn, like inside Lewin Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried he's going to get Llewellyn.
He will.
A lot.
He'll get Llewellyn all the time.
Now, I think we need more Lews, though.
No.
Yeah.
L-O-U?
Or L-E-W, L-O-U, L-E-W. There's a lot of old Lews, but there's not a lot of kids named Lou.
There are some looky-loos.
I think you could just...
I don't think you should.
Yeah, Lewin's not a good...
No, I think Lou, you could be Louie and call him Lou.
Lou is one of those androgynous names. There are women named Lou as well.
Yeah, I think we need some more Lou's. Just
Well, why don't you have one?
Well,
I don't think you should have more Lou's. It's just my opinion.
Who should have more Lou's?
Nobody.
Oh.
I don't know. Don't we have enough Lou's,
no.
really?
Oh, they're all old. We need more little kid Lou's.
You want to lose on the world?
Yes. We need some little Lou's.
Little Lou's?
Yes.
All right. Sports with Amy Donaldson coming up right now. Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by?
Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollments for spring semester.
I don't know what is up with... Didn't Ricky Martin used to be considered like just one of the nice guys of the world? And
Yeah.
well, a sexual assault complaint. Another one...
Isn't it from the same person?
Has been filed against Ricky Martin. He recently sued his nephew over what he said were false allegations of sexual abuse. The complaint was filed Friday at a police precinct in the capital of San Juan. Police spokesman Edward Ramirez told the Associated Press on Saturday information about who filed the complaint and details of the allegations are not public, given the nature of the complaint. A person who was not authorized to speak about the case, though, confirmed that Martin's nephew,
That's the same guy.
Dennis Yadiel Sanchez Martin, filed the complaint. The person said the complaint does not automatically trigger an arrest because the allegations are not recent, adding that police will investigate and determine whether charges should be filed.
There's some thought that this is all trying to get money out of Ricky. Because this is the same person.
So maybe Ricky
says
Martin is a nice guy.
He says there's absolutely nothing to this, and
If you wanted to see Leah Michele in Funny Girl on Broadway, and she just started playing this role. Apparently, she's very good. But fans who wanted to see her finally singing and dancing in Funny Girl, they have to be patient because she's tested positive for COVID-19. She missed Saturday's matinee and evening performance and now has to quarantine, slated to return to the show probably on Tuesday, September 20th, if you're planning on going. She only started on Tuesday and already, there's problems. King Charles III.
Please.
King Prince Charles.
He dedicated what remains to me of my life, he said, what remains to me of my life to the heavy task that has been laid upon me after he was formally confirmed as the new king of the United Kingdom in a ceremony steeped in tradition and pageantry at St. James Palace on Saturday. Charles became monarch on the death, of course, of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II. But Saturday's event officially confirmed the transition of power. The king paid tribute to his mother before the gathered Ascension Council, saying his mother gave an example of lifelong love and of selflessness and of service.
My favorite King Prince Charles tweets over the weekend were people concerned about his fingers.
His fingers?
What about
He's got
them?
sausage fingers.
What?
Oh,
Like there's all these pictures. See, Amy Donaldson knows.
Fat little fingers?
Like people are worried there's something wrong with him.
Like Donald
they're
Trump
like,
fingers?
yeah, they're like short, stubby,
Donald Trump fingers.
fat. Like he looks like he's got a medical problem.
I'll
of
check
some-
that out.
Yeah, just Google King
Fat fingers.
King Charles fingers.
King fat
There's
fingers.
a whole. There's a
King
whole,
Prince Charles Fat Fingers.
You know how there's salad Twitter. There's fat finger Twitter. where-
Oh, Robert in the chat room is right. He should be referred to as the king formerly known as Prince. Thank you, Robert. That's true.
A Utah lawmaker and prominent attorney for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints advised a church bishop not to report a confession of child sex abuse to authorities, a decision that allowed that abuse to continue for years, according to records filed in a lawsuit. The records, 2 pages from a log of calls fielded by a law firm representing the church and the deposition of a church official, show that Utah Republican State Representative Merrill F. Nelson took the initial call from a bishop reporting that church member Paul Adams had sexually abused his daughters. Nelson also had multiple conversations over a 2-year span with 2 other bishops who knew of the abuse. Nelson is a conservative lawmaker who was elected to the Utah House of Representatives in 2013. He announced his retirement earlier this year. He was also a lawyer with the Salt Lake City law firm Curtin McConkie, which represents the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He earned his law degree, undergraduate, and his law degree at BYU. A transcript of the deposition and excerpts of the call log were attached to a legal filing in Arizona. This is that same case we've been, that's been out for the last month or so. An appeal made by lawyers for the plaintiffs. 3 of Adam's children are battling the church. It says here, widely known as the Mormon Church.
I have heard it referred to as such.
For access to records that the church insists are confidential. The church took the case to the Court of Appeals after a Cochise County judge ruled in favor of the victims. Joe Biden honored the victims of 9/11 on the anniversary of the September 11th attacks, taking part in a somber wreath-laying ceremony at the Pentagon held under a steady rain, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives on one of the nation's darkest days. Sunday's ceremony occurred a little more than a year after Joe Biden had ended the long and costly war in Afghanistan that the U.S. and allies launched in response to the terror attacks. Biden noted that even after the United States left Afghanistan, that his administration continues to pursue those responsible for the 9/11 attacks. I mean, they got bin Laden, but there's still other masterminds out there that they are looking for, and will continue to do so. Let's do this story. Amy, you might know something about this. After an intensive investigation, There is no evidence to corroborate the allegation that fans used racial slurs during the BYU Duke volleyball match on August 26th. That's according to Brigham Young University. The investigation included reaching out to more than 50 eyewitnesses, including Duke and BYU volleyball players and athletic department personnel. The university also said its investigation reviewed extensive video and audio of the match. We reviewed all available video and audio recordings, including security footage and raw footage from all camera angles taken by BYU TV of the match, with broadcasting audio removed to ensure that the noise from the stands could be heard more clearly during the match. And they said they can't find any evidence at all. So how... But there was a Duke player, and she said she heard people catcalling her and using the N-word, or she heard at least one person.
Yeah.
What's happened here?
Well, I think Professor Gray, he wrote a piece in the Deseret News, which I shared on Twitter, kind of sums it up pretty nicely. It's almost impossible to go back and find out who said something in a crowd. I've never tried doing it. I think they did their best to do it, like reviewing the video and isolating sound. That has its limitations, though. And they're not saying they don't believe the player.
They just can't.
They just can't find
it.
the person who, or persons who did it. And so, I think it's like one of those inconclusive type situations. And what Dr. Gray said that I think is important is it doesn't mean either side. There's no bad guy here. Like you can say BYU did their best to figure out what happened and who did it, and make this woman comfortable. They met with the player. They met with the coaches. They did their best to try to eliminate the problem. And they've made it clear that if this happens going forward, they will take pretty severe action in banning somebody. So I think it's a good thing in the end. I think people are wanting it to be a binary choice one way or the other. This is the right person, that's the wrong person. This is not that type of situation because of this whole crowd thing. You might never know. I mean, who threw beer on Maxwell's family? I don't know.
Yeah. So that's about it for the news. I don't think we have time to get to the world's oldest RV, which is up for sale.
Well,
the world's
Luckily, we
oldest
have another
recreation
newscast.
vehicle. So I'll save that.
Okay.
yes, we have more news coming up.
Now that is a tease.
That is. Boy, I'll say. Weather, traffic.
Well, a change is afoot. Amy, I know where you got that. You got that at Costco.
I did. I got all my clothes at Costco recently.
Because I bought my daughter that exact
I love
same.
it. It's so great.
She loves it's a.
What are you
it's a,
talking
It's
about?
a shacket.
Huh?
It's a shacket.
shacket.
What's a shacket?
Shirt jacket.
It's like a flannel shirt with like.
Something that I would be too warm in.
Yes, you would never wear that.
It's snuggly.
They were cheap and they're
so are you.
cozy. Because there's a change happening. Now, today will be in the 90s, which still feels better than it did last week. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe even Friday, 80% chance of rain and much cooler. Highs in the world on Wednesday, 77 for a high. Thursday, 75 for a high. Won't that be nice?
I'll break out my shacket.
That's chilly.
It's lovely.
All right.
I'm getting you a shacket.
Yeah.
I couldn't wear it. I would be too
No.
warm.
And traffic, we could just skip over it because there's nothing going on unless Amy saw something driving in.
Nope, it was great.
Things seem to be moving well. If you do see something, though, please text it to us, 33986.
Sports brought to you by.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Here she is, Amy Donaldson, a writer for various outlets, including the Deseret News, and a sports follower and a podcaster.
Yes.
Her podcast, The Letter, now available wherever fine podcasts are.
Thank you for releasing another episode, and I didn't have to wait till Tuesday.
Yeah, that was not actually my choice, but it's #1 podcast in America.
I was just going to say, congratulations.
Yeah, it kind of blows my mind and makes me a little emotional. The woman that we interviewed in the podcast, the mom that it's centered on, she was, when I first started trying to convince her to do the podcast, she said, I'm not sure anyone will care about this story.
Well,
so
It's pretty compelling. The Letter is
yeah,
what it's
the letter.
called.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So college football, hinted a little bit at one of the.
I didn't hint.
One of the upsets. Well, I love that Gina's like, none of our teams lost.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
None of the teams I care about lost.
Listen, if there are sports games played, one of them has
That's
to
true.
lose.
That's true.
Well, especially when they're playing in state.
Yeah.
So, poor SUU was the victim of the University of Utah's football team, 73-7.
That's just
And I don't
should
even-
never have been allowed to happen.
Well, no, but see, the funny thing is, it didn't feel like they were running it up.
No,
It
they
didn't.
actually tried not to. They did not throw a pass.
No, and they
once they put Bryson
they,
Barnes in.
they
Yeah.
traded out all the play. They were all whole
should
new
not
team. They put
should
out
not
all-
have been allowed to happen.
No, but I think once you get to college football is not amateurish anymore, right? It's
No.
especially at the top
Mm-hmm.
5 conferences.
Exactly.
So you're not looking like it used to be, like, have good sportsmanship. And I still think
We don't
they
want them to
try.
feel bad.
Yeah, it's not about that anymore. It's about them practicing what they need to do to move on to the next team.
And SUU gets a lot of money.
Yeah,
from
if
the
you
U
want to go
show.
get beat up, Utah State went and played Alabama for the same reason. You
Yeah.
can get some money because you're not in a Power 5 conference. Anyway, the Utes dominated the game, and they play San Diego State next. SUU plays Western Illinois, so we'll see what happens there. But BYU, great game. Upset Baylor, 26-20. It's their first home win over a top 10 team since 1990.
It seemed
Whoa.
It seemed kind of destined to happen. As I was listening to people talk about running up to the game, I'm going, they're going to beat them.
Well, but in the the sports commentator universe, there's only one person who picked BYU.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think some of that is people just look at history and say, well, what is happening? But different kids. I love that coaches always point this out. Every season is really different because you have different mixes of kids, and so it's just never the same. Even though same program, same ideas, maybe the same coaches. But yeah, so
One thing that's
it was a
constant.
double overtime. It's a great game.
One thing that's constant. The coach, and he is really good. That Kalani Sitake.
Kalani
guy.
Sitake is an amazing human being and so fun to cover because he
Seems
makes
like
you.
he's really nice.
Well, he's very enthusiastic, so he makes you care. Like it could be nothing, and you're like, okay, fine, I care about this. Right? I want to run lines for you. Like he's just the most inspirational guy. That's at this level that I've been around. There's really good coaches out there. He's also a really good motivator. But they had a really interesting trick play from a kid who's never thrown a touchdown pass, Chase Roberts.
What was the trick play?
Where they throw back to a receiver and the receiver throws to the quarterback.
Oh,
so
okay.
and that was during the game. But Lopini Katoa from American Fork scores the game winner in the second overtime. So. It was a fun game.
Okay, get to Weber State.
Okay, Weber State. They shock Utah State 35-7 in Logan. And what I thought, one aspect that I thought was interesting was Blake Anderson, the coach of Utah State, getting after the Utah State fans for booing their starting quarterback, Logan Bonner, reminding them that he won a Mountain West Conference title last year. And I'm like, do you know fans? Have you met fans? Because it's all what have you done for me lately? And I know some Utah State fans, and they're like, we don't feel one bit bad about it. We wanted a different quarterback, and they got him, and he threw an
And he was
interception.
terrible.
He threw the fourth interception of the game. So I don't think it was the quarterback. That's just my non-football expertise talking there. Snow College, they upset number 8 Butler. Community College. That was also an overtime game, 50-49. They're a great team, and you're not going to see them on television. But if you are in the area, I would definitely go see.
You want
the
to
team.
drive to Ephraim?
Ephraim, Utah. It's not that far away, Bill.
Well, it's a couple hours, I guess.
It's 2 hours. It's Gila River Community College is their next game. So something to look forward to.
Gila River.
I know you've been waiting for that
I
matchup.
have. Yeah.
We'll see you down there.
All
in the
right.
stands.
Go.
Let's see the rankings. Let's talk about the rankings because the Cougars jumped from number 21 to number 12 after beating Baylor. Remember they were a number 9 team when they beat them. The Utes, however, after killing SUU, dropped from 14 to 15.
But that's, I think, because Florida ended up losing, too. I think that didn't help.
It doesn't
there.
help. You need the teams that beat you to just win in the rankings. And RSL, they earn a draw with DC United. It was the return of David Ochoa. So he's in goal for DC United now. Zach McMath had 3 saves. David Ochoa had 7 saves. And they renamed the stadium.
No more Rio Tinto.
So this is, it's not Rio Tinto Stadium. It's America First Stadium. And I'm just wondering, did anyone say this name out loud before they decided
Is it the credit union?
It's the credit union.
Mm-hmm.
So it's America First Credit Union, but it sounds like America First Stadium. So I'm just like, wait, I don't know. Maybe they're trying to take back America First.
I don't.
But it's still the Riot.
It's still the Riot.
They're not going to quit
Yeah.
calling it the Riot.
No. and
Thank God.
Well, that's, it
That's the only
matters.
bad thing about sponsorships, right? Like,
Yeah.
you want the community to step up and pay for stuff, but you also, like, feel bad that you can't just have a name forever, right?
And
least
if they could call it America First Credit Union Stadium.
Yes. I think,
Maybe.
or some version, some big thing, but
I think they ought to call it Make America Great Again Stadium.
you don't know that might be happening.
MAGA Stadium. That's
Yeah.
what we need.
That's what some fans might do. But WNBA playoffs, it's the finals right now. If you are not watching, try to watch the Las Vegas Aces, formerly our Utah Stars. They won 67-64. They play again tomorrow. Go just watch Aja Wilson, Chelsea Gray. So fun to watch. So good
Okay.
games.
NFL? Nothing?
I am.
You're done.
I'm
Okay.
deciding on the NFL. It was week 1, but yeah, I'm deciding on how I'm going to handle the NFL. Because every day I read a more disgusting story about an NFL player.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Amy Donaldson.
A friend of the program says accident northbound Bangor at 31st South in the left lane, and that's the only thing being reported. UDOT's not reporting anything, and that's the only thing you have texted in. But if you see something, say something. Send it in to us, 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
All right, our first keyword in the $1,000 a day giveaway coming up after these very short messages. So be ready to text in. Also, boner of the day coming up. KXRK Provo.
It's one of the most hotly debated public lands issues of the past several decades. The reintroduction of the gray wolf into Yellowstone National Park. Now, a similar controversy is brewing in Utah's state capital. Tonight on PBS, Frontline looks at the movement to reintroduce penguins into Salt Lake City. As recently as 40 years ago, Magellanic penguins roamed free in the tree-lined neighborhoods of Salt Lake's Avenues district. The flightless birds had few natural enemies, and their huge flocks were a common sight. But unrestricted hunting, family pets turned predator, and encroaching civilization all took their toll on these funny, waddling creatures, and they eventually became extinct in Salt Lake City. Join Frontline correspondents as they talk to the old-timers who still remember what it was like when penguins walked the Abs.
Well, what I remember most was the mess. Now, there were some that thought the penguins was cute. That is until they lived up here and had to clean up all the poop.
Oh, I do miss 'em. I remember when I was just a little shaver. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of 'em making that weird call they do. It was kind of scary. And kind of romantic, too, when you think about it.
Frontline will talk to the people who want to bring the penguins back to Salt Lake and to those who oppose it.
The penguins were here as a natural part of the environment. The delicate ecosystem of the Avenues District and of Capitol Hill, for that matter, will remain out of balance until the penguins are brought back.
Well, most of us in law enforcement in Salt Lake are against reintroducing the penguin into the city. I mean, we've got our hands full already, what with the gangs and such. Besides, a pack of them little bastards killed my grandfather's brother years ago. You know, they say that penguins are shy and won't approach humans. But I know different.
Will the penguins return to Salt Lake City? It's an in-depth look at the entire issue tonight on Frontline.
So just quickly, I want to thank everybody who came to the walk, the Out of the Darkness walk on Saturday. Had about 3,000 people show up, which is not the all-time record. Before the pandemic, I think we had 8,000 people about 3 years ago come to the walk. But it was great, as always. Met a lot of great friends of the program, made a lot of new friends. For instance, I met this guy. Remember the story of there was a guy who was going to jump off a highway overpass here in Utah, and this man happened to be walking across the overpass at the same time and talked him out of jumping.
Wow.
And it was in the news about a year ago. Well, I met that guy, the guy who talked him off, and he said his name is Joe Tuiana, and he started a foundation based on just that. He said, I said to the guy, the final thing that I said to him was, I love you, bro. And I held out my arms, and he came to me.
Wow.
So he has started this I love you, bro foundation to help, because suicide ideation and things, men don't talk about it as readily as women do.
Yeah.
And that's what he wants to accomplish with this. So it's the I Love You Bro Foundation.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was excellent. And I also met the mayor of West Jordan, Dirk Burton, 14th mayor of West Jordan.
I'm Dirk Burton.
And I met him. I said I met him. He reminded me that we had spoken last year as well. I forgot that.
Dirk Burton?
Dirk is... he's lived in West Jordan for a long time. And I said, Mayor Burton.
Dirk Burton.
You can tell that he's a confident man because he was wearing a blue and white checkered shirt with a red tie.
Wow.
And I said, now that's a confident man.
Yes.
And it says here that he has a Segway, so that's also a confident guy.
man.
And I said, I have trouble with the Jordans, so I generally just say one of the Jordans. And I don't remember which one is which. And he said, well, you know how you can remember West Jordan?
How?
It's the best Jordan.
Oh, well.
Dirk Burton.
Best. The best is West Jordan. So thank you, Mayor Burton, for that help.
I live in East Jordan.
I asked him. There is no East Jordan.
No, there. No, that's where I live.
That's, well, okay. You're the only one. The only resident
I'm
of
the
East
ma- I'm
Jordan.
the mayor of East Jordan.
Yes, of course. Why not? So anyway, it was a great day. A lot of people there, and it was terrific.
I'm Burke Durkin, the mayor of
East
Jordan.
Jordan. That's a new character, Carrie. Work on that.
Yeah.
I had a busy weekend, too. I had a busy weekend because my youngest child does all the things.
Yes. And you are merely his...
I am his...
Is he robbing gas stations again?
I am his caddy. I am his roadie. So Friday, he had a golf tournament. So he's involved in these sports now that are different than what I am used to. I am used to going to a soccer game or a basketball game where I'm sitting in the stands and cheering and I'm watching the whole thing and I know everything that's happening. And he started playing these sports where I have no idea what's going on.
Well,
a golf tournament, you drop them off and go, well,
Good luck.
good luck with that. You don't, it's not like, like the U.S. Open where you follow them around.
You could, couldn't you?
I don't think so. That's not what people do. So I just
and
tell
you don't
them,
want to do things that people don't do.
well, it's just not. It's not a thing.
All right.
So and golf is weird because it takes different amounts of time. It's not a timed sport. So I just say, text me when you're the second to the last hole, and I'll come back and pick you up.
Okay.
So that was Friday. Friday evening. And we had to get done with that and get him to bed because early Saturday morning we had to be up at Snow Basin for the high school mountain bike races. And if you go to x96.com/live, there's a picture, and Muhammad is in the pink jersey there in the back.
Okay.
He rides for the Salt Lake City Composite team, which there's
different schools.
Different, yeah, because like the bigger schools, like there's the East High team, and they're all kids from East High. But the
smaller schools
kind
band together. Yeah. Sure.
Now, because Muhammad has been playing golf, he's not been practicing mountain. He hasn't been on any of the rides for the last 5 weeks.
Well, that's not good.
Because he was doing golf, and there were
They should kick him off the team.
And there were a couple days where I was like, it's going to be 104 today. I don't want you to go ride your mountain bike for training today. So part of it was me. The other thing is they had their first race in Price a couple weeks ago when we were in California. So he missed the first race.
Yeah, he should be off the team.
But the way they line you up for the next race is based on a point system on how you did on the previous race. Well, if you didn't race last
He's
week,
in the back.
He was in the very, very, very back of the pack.
He was the Lanterne Rouge, as they say in the Tour de France.
There were 50 kids in his division, and he was at the very, very back of the
number
pack.
50.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you go to the starting line, and you can see there's a picture of the starting line, and you say, okay, and go, and off they go. And it's like the golf. I don't see them until the end. Now, there are kind of parts you can walk up the trail and watch them come by once, but and they're going 10 miles.
And
so they're going to be gone for a while.
And it's not, they keep going around a certain loop.
It's a 5-mile loop,
Okay.
so they do the same track twice.
Okay.
But it's the same thing where you're like, I don't know.
So go have a beer.
I keep telling you.
Take to have a smoke.
You need to have some sort of wine gathering with the other parents.
But but when it's getting close to the end, you go stand by the finish line, and they're coming across, and they're coming across,
and he's not,
and there's no Muhammad. Now he didn't come in last. There were kids behind him. He managed to pass a couple of them. But as he approaches the finish line, I can tell he has wiped out at some point in
Crashed, you mean?
Crashed.
Okay.
He is covered in dirt, head to toe. Something bad happened.
They're really going to kick him off the team now.
On the mountain. And he comes across the finish line, and the medics come over and are checking him because he had like road rash on his. But it's so weird. Not like I don't know what happened. I didn't see it. Usually when he's injured, I see it happen.
Let me suggest that you ask him what happened.
He just said he wiped out.
Wiped out.
Yeah. But he felt good because even though he was in the back of the pack and wiped out, he still was not the last person to cross.
Was he second to last?
Line. I think there were like 5 or 6 kids behind him. But
so they won't kick him off the team.
I don't know. I don't think so. And after all that, I'm like, are you done with mountain? Can we be done with mountain biking? No, I like. All right, I like mountain biking.
Did you really say, can we be done?
Yeah.
Rather than
'Cause that's not going to go well.
Rather than saying, young man, we're done with mountain biking.
No, because this one was at Snow Basin. There are races in Vernal and Moab and Price.
Nope.
And
take a bus. I don't care how you do it, but I'm taking you.
Oh, there's too many things.
Yeah, no, I would.
But God bless him for not being discouraged. He was just like, yeah, I want to do it again.
You're the parent. You can limit these things.
I'm glad he wants to do. I'm glad he's not a kid that doesn't want to do things. I'm glad he wants to do things.
Well, then don't complain about taking.
I'm just glad that the only activities that our pups have us do is escort them to potty breaks and
escort them to potty breaks,
be a lap
and watch.
You know, that's all we have.
Do they insist that you turn your back when you escort them to the potty break? And then
I watch.
You watch to make sure they do it.
Make sure that it's done.
Yeah,
and done properly. I also have to inspect.
Oh, well.
You got to. That's how you do it.
There might be evidence.
There might be something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You got to check it.
Just like I do with mine.
Mm-hmm. You should.
Every morning.
You should.
I take a look.
Inspect.
Yep.
There's a crash northbound Bangor Highway 31st South in Salt Lake. Left lane and shoulder are blocked. Traffic is backing up before the 35th South intersection. And that's about it. UDOT isn't telling us about anything else. Perhaps you're seeing something on the roads. You can text us if you see something, 33986.
All right.
Boners coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be voting for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Number 1. Well, the ref made a questionable call, so what else could they do? Boner candidate number 2, 12 years of torment and terror. And boner candidate number 3, listen, one more person says, where are we going? I'm going to shoot you.
Boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
They really got it going on at Big O Tires.
Mm-hmm.
This sale on tires. Now, of course, Big O always has the lowest price on every tire every day. That's they pride themselves on that.
Mm-hmm. No, with all those locations, they can afford to do that.
Yeah, but here they have a sale going on. I believe it's the final week. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Nexen and Aspen GT AS tires, or save up to $140 in rebate savings on Michelin, BF Goodrich, and Uniroyal tires, plus 12 months no interest financing.
And that tires aren't the only thing they do, though. They do that total car care, total shocks, struts, wiper blades, batteries, fluids, all that kind of stuff.
So 50 locations along the Wasatch Front. Carrie's congratulating Payson.
Well, I grew up in Salem, so in my neighboring city, even though there's a rivalry, congratulations on your Big O tires.
They've been in business for over 60 years. Legendary service. They are the team you trust. Go to BigOTires.com.
The X90.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and I always said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet, and it's just a few things there, and she said, And then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the
We didn't.
radio. She said, I don't want to go on the radio. And Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to want to talk to somebody from the food bank.
Yeah.
You're here. You're an
I
expert.
believe every year we have spoken
And
with somebody.
yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? and it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a
And I said,
silly
well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
Yeah.
I
You
said,
were a little.
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the
stuff,
food bank.
the stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran. She disappeared.
disappeared.
And never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
No,
Which-
she was the representative that morning.
And
You could have handled that a
oh,
little
and
better.
yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that, and that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that have never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So
she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. She was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Well, maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short, but it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell. Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No. No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and I always said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet, and it's just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio.
Didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio, and Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to. Want to talk to somebody from the food bank?
Yeah.
You're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with somebody.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? and it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
You were a little.
I said I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran. She disappeared. And never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that.
Oh,
a
and
little better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that, and that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that have never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You know, you're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. You know, she was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah, I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short, but it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
Pepper is the name of the song. All right, boner of the day. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today. It is September 12, 2022. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to see Bill Engvall New Year's Eve at the Eccles Theater, show added by popular demand. Tickets at live@eccles.com.
Boner candidate number 1. The ref made a questionable call. So what else could they do? Harriman, Utah. A youth football league is responding to a brawl between team parents caught on camera that led to the cancellation of a football game in Harriman and is now part of a police investigation. That's not the picture. There it is. That's the picture. Witnesses say that it appeared that parents got upset over a call that a referee had made at one of the Saturday Ute Conference football games at Butterfield Park, and they described seeing those parents storm the field and throw fists while police pulled out tasers.
Jeez.
Melinda and Dave Epperson said that they were attending a different game with their 5 grandchildren to watch one of their grandsons play when they saw the fight break out on the field next to them. The grandmother explained that many parents suddenly rushed the field screaming. She said it looked like 30 to 40 people. Some of them started to fist fight. Watching parents attacking each other, I saw fists. I saw people pulling people apart, Ms. Epperson recounted. I saw 2 police officers come into the field, pulling people apart, coaches, refs trying to pull people apart.
What is wrong with people?
The coach began yelling at kids to run away. The kids ran in front of me. You could see they were terrified. Then minutes later, she described seeing more unsettling behavior. The referee was screaming profanities at the coach, she said. And so that game was abruptly ended. So both these games ended in the 4th quarter before they were complete. The coach or the umpire apparently made a questionable call, but this causes mayhem. That it's just ridiculous.
You're ruining that experience for your kids. You're not You're not standing up for your kids when you're doing that. You're ruining that.
No, we're setting a good example.
Are you?
Let those kids be wusses.
And you're making people like our very own Todd Newcomb, who's a football referee. Nobody wants to do those jobs anymore. You want your kids to play sports? In many sports right now, they're canceling games just because they can't find anybody to ref them.
Boner candidate number 1. The ref made a questionable call, so what else could they do? Number 2, 12 years of torment and terror. A man in Ohio has been sentenced to more than 3 years in prison after 12 years of harassing the actress Eva LaRue and her daughter. He had threatened via letters and phone calls to torture, kill, and rape them, the authorities said. Judge John Kornstad sentenced the man, James David Rogers, to 40 months in prison for what prosecutors in a sentencing memorandum called a campaign of torment in which he terrorized a mother and her daughter. Rogers pleaded guilty in April to 2 counts of mailing, threatening communications, and other charges. Ms. LaRue is known for her roles as the DNA analyst Natalie Boa Vista on the crime series CSI Miami, and she also plays Maria Santos on a soap opera, All My Children. Her daughter, Kaya Callahan, was as young as 5 years old when the threats began against her, court documents said. She's now 20. Mr. Rogers wrote threats to Ms. LaRue's partner at the time as well. A lawyer for Rogers didn't respond to requests for torment, but, I mean, they were kind of on the run all the time because they were afraid this guy was going to do something. They even, she said, I even sold a house so that I could move to another neighborhood.
Wow.
And then he found us there. We went to Europe and stayed for a while at a friend's house because we were so afraid. And it does not explain in this story why this guy did this.
He was just a crazy fan.
I guess. At the hearing, Mr. Rogers apologized to Ms. LaRue.
I'm sorry.
At the sentencing, but as for Ms. LaRue and her daughter, the damage is already done. They lived in fear and paranoia for over a decade.
Good Lord.
Boner candidate number 2, 12 years of torment and terror. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. One more person says, where are we going? I'm going to shoot him.
Boner candidate number 3, right after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Horror film buffs. Salt Lake Film Society's Tower of Terror kicks off at Broadway Cinema September 10th. That had kicked off already, apparently. It's going now. Incredible live music show. What?
Outdated copy is what we have.
Yeah, I'm going to have
just skip
Katie
that
look.
over.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
But you should go. That Tower of Terror is going on all season long.
week,
So I'm going to have Katie get me more up-to-date information.
So now, don't let me end this news without getting to the story of there are the lists of 10 best and worst places to retire, and Salt Lake is on one of the lists. I'll let you think about which one.
Best or worst?
Best or worst places to retire. The Emmys are coming up. Are they tonight? It says
Tomorrow night.
September 12th.
Oh, maybe tonight. Yeah.
Succession, the 2020 Emmy winner for Best Drama Series, will be a top contender at this year's ceremony on September 12th. But if you're wondering about the HBO drama, if it can beat last year's champion, The Crown, that matchup of TV's royal houses will have to wait. Once upon a time, hit series dutifully premiered each fall, meaning you could count on dramas like Hill Street Blues and ER or sitcoms like Cheers and Frasier to be in contention every year because they had a long run and they were always consistently good. Now, however, prestige series tend to operate on their own timetable, skipping years or longer between seasons. Throw in the pandemic, the disrupted schedules, and it's hard to keep track of what's going on.
Yeah, they have those weird, broken up seasons.
Yeah, take Barry and Atlanta, for instance. Barry and Atlanta, they're entered in the as comedies, but they had extended layoffs to the awards.
Yeah.
And are they comedies?
There are funny elements to each one of them.
Atlanta has not been funny at all, I don't think.
But yeah.
Lately. So the best drama nominees, aforementioned Succession, Stranger Things, Euphoria, Better Call Saul, Ozark, they all sat out 2021, with new shows Squid Game, Yellow Jackets, and Severance rounding out the field. but they don't need to worry about competing with The Handmaid's Tale because they won't start their season until it's just confusing. So if you want, just watch. Ted Lasso will win a lot of awards. They are nominated. Scott Pierce wrote an interesting column about a Netflix documentary. The Netflix docuseries Sins of Our Mother, which starts streaming Wednesday. A good portion of it is told from the vantage point of Colby Ryan, the adult son of Lori Vallow Daybell. Who now, but at the time of this documentary, he was not charged with a crime, but he is now waiting trial for first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the deaths of her fourth husband, Daybell is, and her fifth husband's wife and her two young children.
Yeah, he's not. You're conflating two things.
I know the sentence was run on here.
He's been accused of sexual assault, I believe.
Is that what it is? Sexual assault. So, but he had not been accused of it at the time of this documentary. So it makes it weird, and Netflix has said, well, we're still going to run it with that information tacked on.
And so I had a few people send me this going, hey, are you going to watch this Lori Vallow Daybell thing? And I remember it when they first sent it to me, I was going, well, gosh, there's still so much that we don't know about this. I'd rather wait for the documentary when this is all done. And there's a lot of speculation.
There are just 3 episodes of this. But a lot of it apparently deals with her and Chad in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and getting weirder and weirder as time went on. I think it'd be interesting. I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be something else come out after more details are available.
Donald Trump made a surprise and unannounced visit to Washington, D.C. That's weird, because he doesn't do anything unannounced. So people are speculating, was he trying to sneak into Washington, D.C. is he going to turn himself in for something?
No.
Is he going to Walter Reed Hospital because he's ill?
I don't want to get my hopes up about why he's there.
There is room for speculation, though, because he doesn't do anything unannounced.
Golf.
Former President Trump, did he claim on social media that Queen Elizabeth knighted him? Well, somebody posted that and made it look like it was a Donald Trump account,
from his Trump social.
Yeah,
social.
He said, yes, I kept it secret. I never told anybody, but she knighted me in private. Well, it would be very believable that he did do that.
It is hard to tell whether things are fake or not.
That is something that he would say.
Yeah, it was fake. But this is... So, was he Queen Elizabeth II's favorite president?
No.
Well, conservative TV host Greg Kelly...
Full stop.
...on Newsmax... has claimed that Donald Trump was Queen Elizabeth's favorite
Not even close.
president.
No.
News anchor Kelly said that the Queen had her most genuine relationship with a U.S. president with Donald Trump. So you can just say things.
Yeah.
Just say them. Go ahead. Let's see. Quickly, are we about out of time?
Barack Obama is the only U.S. president that the Queen invited back after he had left office. I'd really like you to come back. I really enjoy.
And we'll have tea again.
Yes.
Please. The war in Ukraine is... Apparently, Ukraine is doing extremely well against the Russians, and people are wondering where that's going to lead. Ukrainian forces have recaptured more than 3,000 square kilometers of territory in the east in recent days, more territory than Russian troops have captured in all of their operations since April. The collapse of Moscow's defense in Kharkiv has sparked criticism from Russian commentators and allies of Vladimir Putin.
Yeah,
it's looking a little rough for Putin, and hopefully they'll find a way to just back out of this and stop it.
Here's hoping.
Yeah, and then finally, this I know you want to know the 10 best and worst places to retire.
Yes.
So which list do you think Salt Lake is on? It's on one of them. Just a guess.
I'm going to say worst.
Okay.
Then I will say best.
Okay. Now these are this is one of those Wallet Hub studies where they rank a whole bunch of different factors. The best places to, let's see the worst places to retire. The bottom 10: Lubbock, Texas; Wichita, Kansas; Baltimore; Vancouver, Washington; Detroit; Stockton, California; Rancho Cucamonga, California; San Bernardino, California; Newark, New Jersey; Bridgeport, Connecticut. No, Salt Lake is on the best.
Oh.
It's number 10 on the best places to retire. So congratulations to us.
Does it say why?
Well, you can go into all of the details. They assess health care,
activities,
affordability of rent and things like that, overall quality of life. So they ranked 182 metro areas, and the bottom 10 were, I just told you what those were. Salt Lake is number 10 on the other list. All right, that's
on the
it.
good places.
Yeah.
Weather, traffic.
So we're in the good place,
Yes.
is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Apparently, if you're retiring.
So we still have a little bit of that smoke today. So today will be kind of iffy. 91 and smoky. But tonight into tomorrow and then throughout the rest of the week, that smoke is gone. And what is replacing it is water.
Good.
80% chance of showers Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe even into Friday. And much cooler, 77 for a high on Wednesday, 75 on Thursday. So we got to change. It's happening. Traffic, we have a crash westbound 200 North Main Street. This is in Kaysville up in Davis County. Right shoulder affected there. And northbound Bangor Highway 31st South in Salt Lake. Left lane and shoulder blocked. Traffic is backing up before the 35th South intersection. And looks like that's it. You haven't sent anything in via text recently, but you certainly can if things are bugging you and you want to let us know about it. 33986 is where you do that. Liberty Farmers Market is open Thursdays from 4 till dusk at Liberty Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. And when I do this one, I'm going to tell you, I don't know who you would vote for of the 3.
Okay.
It's just ridiculous. This one is, one more person says, where are we going? I'm going to shoot them. Saratoga Springs, Utah. 2 Utah bus drivers have been placed on administrative leave this week for how they responded to students telling them that they'd made a wrong turn. A parent of a student at Dry Creek Elementary in Lehigh sent a video to Fox 13 on Friday that their child recorded while riding the bus home that afternoon. Quote, one more person says, where are we going? I'm going to shoot them, the bus driver is heard saying on the bus intercom in the video, which can, okay, listen, I missed the stop. I understand that. I'm trying to turn around. Sit down and be quiet. That was one bus driver. Another bus driver said to similar situation, they missed a stop, and the kids started saying, you missed the stop, you're going the wrong way. I know. Shut up, the bus driver yells. I'm going to turn around, so shut up. I'm going to shoot them.
Wow.
One bus driver. Yeah. Little elementary kids. One kid was I don't know how old he was, took video of it.
Good.
All right, that's number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, the ref made a questionable call, so what else could they do? Harriman parents storming the field of a youth football game because I guess a referee made a bad call. Fists were thrown. Tasers were used by the police. Great. Number 2, 12 years of torment and terror. A man sentenced after 12 years of threats to an actress and her young daughter. And boner candidate number 3, one more person says, where are we going? I'm going to shoot them.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, September 12, 2022? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. It's pretty easy. Another way to vote is to call Katie in the producer's booth. She will take your live voice vote at 877-602-9696. You can also go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, September 12, 2022, and vote there. You've only got 3 minutes to do it, though, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No. No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and I always said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet, and it's just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio.
Didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio, and Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to. Want to talk to somebody from the food bank?
Yeah.
You're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with somebody.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? and it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite. I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran. She disappeared. And never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that a little better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that. And that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that have never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. She was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Well, maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short. But it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
By Pozole.
Just Pozole?
What do you mean, just Pozole?
Oh.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff in Pozole.
It was a hearty Pozole.
Oh,
it
okay.
was.
And Baseco, the first name in foundation stabilization in Utah. Is that just a crack in the wall, or is it a sign of a major issue? Are your windows or doors sticking? Does any area of the floor slope? Level up with Baseco, Utah's highest quality foundation stabilization and repair. Schedule a free assessment today at baseco.net. That's baseco.net.
Matter of fact, my family feels that I put too much hominy in the pozole.
There's too much.
There's too much hominy in this pozole,
That's
Dad.
my sign off today.
So I thought you'd have a harder time deciding who the boner winner would be today, but it was pretty unanimous.
Yeah.
Number 2 and number 3 kind of split votes. Let's see, 40. They still wouldn't have, even if you put them all together, wouldn't have beat number 1. Number 1, the parents out in Harriman. There's 123 votes. Coming in second was the bus drivers, other local candidate, and the but anyway, number 1 wins boner of the day.
You can't beat Sports Builds character. Sports Reveals character.
Reveals character.
That's what we really mean. Okay, there's your boner of the day for today, September 12, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week.
So we have in here in the studio.
It's Intern Spotlight.
Our intern, Dawson. Hi, Dawson. How are you?
Well, Bill, yourself?
Good, good.
Returning intern.
Well, that's what I want to get at. How long ago were you an intern the first time, Dawson?
How old was I?
How long ago was it?
Oh, okay. Goodness, 8 years. We just got into here from
Trolley Corner.
Trolley Square. Yeah, Trolley Square.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And now after 8 years, you've decided you wanted to come back because there's nothing going on in your life, or what?
No, really not. No.
When you were an intern before, was that like what you would consider a high point of your life?
being yelled at by you? The highest point of my life.
Did I ever yell at you?
A couple times.
Really? I think I've mellowed, Dawson. I don't yell at anybody
I
anymore.
would say so.
Yeah. Shut up!
See, there we go.
Yeah.
He came back for more punishment.
Yes.
So are you? Things have changed a bit since you were here?
Things have changed a lot. When I was 21, I came in studio. You guys asked me what my favorite drink was. It was Jaeger. Not anymore. Not anymore.
What is it now?
I like martinis.
Oh, so you're elevated your game.
Classified.
You're becoming a bit more sophisticated.
Yeah.
I can tell by the way you dress too.
Oh, thank you.
Dawson's wearing baggy shorts and
He's comfortable for comfortable radio wear.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is not how you make your living doing this, is it?
No.
What do you do full time?
I'm a bill collector. I like to call people and
you call them and try to get them to pay up.
Oh, absolutely.
And are you kind to them?
Oh, absolutely.
That's the best way to do it. Probably.
After the last few years, you need to be kind to one another.
You don't threaten people.
If I want to keep my job, I have to threaten a few of them.
Well, Dawson, it's unusual that you would. Now, you used to live in Tooele. You don't.
Yeah.
You live in Tooele still?
No. I'm at the Best Western Jordan.
The Best Western?
The Best Western Jordan.
West Jordan, like you said, Bill. You said the best Jordan.
The Best Jordan.
The Best Jordan. Well, you said Best West, so it made me think of Best Western.
Yeah. But you're not living in a Best Western motel.
No.
Okay. You've moved out of your parents' house.
Yeah, I bought a townhome. I've got a wife now.
A wife?
A wife.
Wow.
She puts up with me.
Dawson, you got a wife?
Yeah.
That's just shocking.
What's her name?
Her name's Celine.
Celine. Lovely name.
What does Celine do?
She is the director of a daycare out ABC Great Beginnings.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, Dawson, it's nice to have you back. Are you going to stick around for a while, you think?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Thank you for coming and helping out.
Yeah, happy to help out. Thank you all for having me.
All right.
Means a lot.
This has been Intern Spotlight. Get to know them. They're people.
And you see,
they have names.
And Dawson is an indication anybody can be an intern.
Well, we're always looking for interns. Katie would love to hear from you if you're interested in interning. You can just email radio@x96.com.
Just say to yourself, if Dawson can do it, I can do it.
Hey, I could do that.
Yeah.
And who knows? The next Intern Spotlight could star you. Interns. They have names.
And wives.
And And keys.
Don't claim that they have lives, though. Don't claim that they have lives.
All right.
They have names and keys.
Did you
That's
ever
about as far as I
intern
go.
anywhere?
Did I ever intern anywhere? No. Well,
You just
I don't
had
know.
jobs.
I was never called an intern. I just had jobs.
I interned at Channel 2 when I was in college because I thought I wanted to do the TV news. But that's where it's at, is the TV news.
Sure. It's where the big bucks are.
And from what I can tell, they'll hire anybody.
And I couldn't believe they let me answer the phone. Like, I'm not qualified to answer a newsroom. That's people call up to tell you here's some news that's happening.
I'm sure they gave you a few guidelines,
Not
didn't
really.
they? Just answer that phone. It's ringing. Answer it.
Somebody get that phone.
Hello, is this news?
And they had me write, like, for the news. Like, here, I mean, not the big important stories, but here, write this copy for...
Copy.
I never interned anywhere. I was always hired. Well, let me rephrase that. I think when I first started in radio, it was essentially interning, because they had me doing the midnight to 6, and I wasn't even allowed to say anything. I could record the weather and do and plug it in. But the first night I was there, they, I had to run this automation system. Well, like we still do today, we don't really train people.
No.
Very well. We just throw them in there and let them do it. So I was there, and I had like 7 things playing on the air at the same time. 3 songs and a newscast and something else going, and I couldn't fix it. I couldn't figure out how to fix it, and so the boss had to come in at 3 o'clock in the morning and fix it all up. And then the morning guy came at 6 o'clock, says, I hear you had some trouble. And I said, yeah, I did. And he said, I guess some people just aren't cut out to be in radio.
Ooh.
Is what he said to me. And I said to myself,
I'll show you. Did you say? I'll show you.
And that's, here I am.
You just wait and see. Somebody's asking, what does a radio intern do?
Well, Dawson.
They push buttons and get things.
They run the video.
Yeah.
Dawson does the boner on the website.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you really want to know? It's posting most of our posts online, including the boners and things, Geek News. It's editing the entire podcast and adding our ads into it, getting it posted on all of our streaming sites. It's manning the TriCaster and making sure that our video is up and running.
Now, wait a minute. So what the hell do you do now?
Everything else. And it's a lot. I wrote out a page. Not a page. I wrote out exactly bullet pointed of what I do. It's almost 4 pages long.
Real? I'd like to see that.
You want to see it?
Yeah,
I will send it to you.
You'll have a new appreciation for what
I'd
Katie
love to see
does.
it.
I'll send it to you.
Because in a way, it is interesting. You're very good at being the producer because you're so organized.
Thank you.
You're very organized.
Yeah, well.
And it's like I don't really know what you do because I don't have to.
That's
ADHD, OCD,
You just
it's
do it.
there. But, I mean, if you want to see the page, I'll forward it to you. It's a little outrageous. I mean, and I also have my own DJ times on the weekends and stuff, so I have to take care of all of that. So, yeah, it's a lot, but I love it, and I'm grateful for it. So, thank you guys.
You're welcome, and you should be grateful.
I am. I really am.
But yeah, so if you're interested in learning about those things that Katie said the interns do, it's a lot of technical stuff you're learning.
If you want your foot in radio, it's a great way to start. It's where I started, and now look at me. I run the best show ever.
She runs the best show ever,
in my opinion, at least.
No, you're right.
I'm definitely biased, but yeah.
No, it's true. It's a quantifiable fact. This is the best radio show
exactly.
ever.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, that's interning if you guys want it.
Producer spotlight.
Producer spotlight.
Get to know your producer.
Doing all the jobs that we don't want to do.
That's really true. Doing all that stuff that we used to do.
Yes, we used to have to do all that
because we didn't
stuff.
have producers.
Yeah.
You just had to kind of do it all.
And then you made me do it. And then I didn't want to do it anymore.
What? You never did it.
Sure I did.
No, you didn't.
There's a lot of stuff I used to do.
No, there's a lot of stuff you think you used to do, but that you didn't do.
I totally
you were
did
the
it.
worst producer ever.
Well,
You were
I
horrible.
still had to
at
do
it.
stuff.
not
The
much.
producer memory hole. It's awfully shallow.
I'm glad you have a memory that you used to do stuff.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Okay, let's see. A vehicle on fire. Westbound I-80, milepost 124. That's about 7th East. The on-ramp there, it's off to the right shoulder. We have a crash westbound 200 North Main Street in Kaysville. That is also off to the right shoulder. Let me check our message stream here. Yeah, somebody else saying car fire westbound I-80 between 13th and 7th. Also, somebody else saying slow everywhere on I-15. Now, I-15, that's a long road. I don't know if it's slow everywhere on I-15. But maybe it is. I don't know. The only way I know is if you text me, 33986.
I think they mean emotionally.
Oh, okay.
It's slow emotionally.
Sure.
All up and down I-15. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Bill Frost will be here telling us what's on TV this week. We've got Beat Gina coming up.
Oh, we have a good prize, really good prize
What's the
today.
prize?
Gorillas tickets.
Ooh. All right. I'll make the questions a little harder
Yeah,
then.
this is a good one.
All right, so potpourri questions coming up. Stand by for that. Oh, Stockton 12 Honda.
Stockton 12 Honda delivers when you want to get a great price on a car and great service on a Honda. Stockton 12 is the place you want to go. They deliver low prices every single day. Stockton 12 Honda committed to Honda's principles of high quality products at low prices. I've purchased cars from Stockton 12 Honda. Always been a great experience. Shane Parrish runs the dealership out there, and it's top notch the way it's organized and run. And you can tell it's good because the people who work there all seem to be pretty damn happy to work there. Stockton 12 Honda, they're in the Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy. Honda, you can't beat buying a Honda, that's for sure. I've owned Hondas for years now. And also, if you want a good used car, Stockton 12 Honda. And they're also paying top dollar for your trade-ins at Stockton 12 Honda. So, Stockton 12, what more can I say? It's a great place. Stockton 12 Honda in the Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy.
Need to catch up on missed radio.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No, that's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like Pigs in Space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's going to take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role. Even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is going to take a lot of work. But it's really going to spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. P-U-D-I-D. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet, sweet pudding.
H02, is this sponsored, Gina?
Yes, CableTV.com is the place for expert reviews, recommendations, resources for discovering the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Check out CableTV.com today.
Well, here he be. William P. Frost. Bill Frost.
Yeah.
He is a fine writer for Slug Magazine. Content Shifter is the column he writes on a monthly basis. What's it about right now?
It's about, I found a handful of shows premiering in September that you might want to check out.
Okay.
Only a handful, though.
Slugmag.com?
Yeah, or BillFrost.tv is the easiest place to find it.
BillFrost.tv, where you can find all of Bill's reviews and writings and music from his bands and his podcast.
Yeah.
TV 10.
We just recorded episode 420. Which I know is a cute number for Carrie, but it's a milestone for us. And our guest this week was Rebecca Frost of the Geek Show podcast.
Oh, how do you know her?
It was a get.
Oh, okay.
We have the interns go out and find her.
Now, did she confess to you that she now loves Star Trek?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we talked about it.
Good.
Yeah.
You didn't have to beat it out of her.
Nope, it came up.
I mean, I feel like a proud father now that she's into the Star Trek. You know,
Imagine how I feel.
What's coming up on the TV?
Tonight, the Emmy Awards. We were talking about it earlier, hosted by Kenan Thompson.
Oh, that's right.
Now, see, that would be a reason to tune in.
Sure. Yeah. And your big nominees are like Ted Lasso, Only Murders in the Building, Abbott Elementary, Severance, Ozark, Succession, The White Lotus, you know, all the shows you watch.
Yeah.
Yellow Jackets.
Yes.
And for the, I know there's a portion of the audience out there who probably wants to know what's up with Days of Our Lives.
What's up with Days of Our Lives?
It's moving to Peacock starting today after 57 seasons.
But now the old people that watch that are never going to find it there.
Hey, Gina, there's a toll-free number you can call. Literally, for real.
Help me find my stories.
I can't find my stories.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, that's hilarious.
There is a toll-free number.
I love that there's not a website.
No,
It's
there
a
is that too.
toll-free number.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's hilarious.
Help me find my... And will they send a young person to your house to help you find your stories?
You guys
That,
are
I
really
don't know.
not very kind to our senior citizens. They can find Days of Our Lives.
For the last several years, I don't know how many years, locally, KSL has been airing Days of Our Lives at 1 a.m.
Well, they're up. They can't sleep.
There was some gay stuff going on, so they just let's just put it on at 1 a.m.
Really?
Yeah. I know that because I'm usually up then. It's like, hey, what's this doing on now?
Is that really why they put it on?
I don't know why they did. But coming up on Wednesday, the feel-good hit of the fall, The Handmaid's Tale, season 5.
I watched most of the first season and couldn't do any more.
Yeah, I get that.
It hits too close
It's too
to home.
real.
It's too depressing.
Well, it'll end next year with season 6.
They'll be finished.
They are done. Okay.
She'll finally get out of Gilead.
I'm sure.
And she'll finally get her daughter out of there.
Maybe.
Oh, she had a daughter. How nice.
Yeah. Also, a new series based on an Australian series called Heartbreak High on Netflix on Wednesday. The Heartbreak Kid came from this story, like back in the 90s. And it's basically high school drama.
Okay.
It's Euphoria Light,
Oh, okay.
if you need a descriptor for it. On Thursday,
It's like Degrassi High, is that?
yeah, a little bit like that too. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, somewhere between Degrassi and Euphoria.
Bill, you know Degrassi.
Yeah, the girls on it were really cute.
True. Yeah. Thursday, season 4, final season of Atlanta on FX. Next day on Hulu.
Atlanta, I enjoy it, but it's just awfully strange sometimes. isn't
Yes.
it?
They spent all of last season not in Atlanta.
Yeah, in Europe.
Yeah.
With Paperboy.
His career's blown up. Also on Thursday, a premiere of a new series, Vampire Academy. It's not where you go to learn to be a vampire.
Oh, okay, because that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
You're already a vampire, and you're going to the academy.
It's graduate school.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Night classes.
Yeah, based on the YA novel and the a 2014 movie that no one saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's a series on Peacock.
I know I'm so late to the party, but I'm still watching season 1 of what we do in the shadows.
That's
and
totally
my
fine.
God, it's great.
Yes.
I just saw the one with Taiki Waititi and Jermaine Clement, and then all these other guest stars.
Yes.
Playing the
That are
vampire,
also vampires.
The Vampire Council.
Yes.
It's just hilarious.
Coming,
Tilda Swinton.
all the people and Blade.
Yeah. on a video screen.
Oh, wait till you get to season 3. There's some celebrity guests that are hilarious.
God, it's so funny. It's just great.
On Friday, one of my favorite shows from a couple of years ago is back finally for season 2, Los Espookies.
Los Espookies.
On HBO.
I started on this first season. I gave up.
What is it?
Should I go back?
Yeah, I think you should.
Okay.
I really like this show. It's mostly in Spanish. Fred Armisen co-created this. It's about a group of young friends who live in an undisclosed Latin American country.
Yeah.
And they throw supernatural events for hire. Like for your party, we're going to give you an exorcism or an alien abduction or look, a sea monster. They stage all these events, these supernatural themed events. And it's just a charming show. It's almost entirely in Spanish, but there are subtitles.
Yeah.
And just charming as hell.
Los Espookies.
Yes, that's on HBO and HBO Max. Also on Friday, a film, if you will, Do Revenge.
Do
Revenge is based on a
It's
line
not
in this.
D-E-W.
No, it's D-O, Revenge.
Okay.
Starring Camilla Mendez and Maya Hawke. Camilla Mendez from Riverdale, Veronica.
Yeah.
Maya Hawke from Stranger Things.
Yeah.
And they both play young women, high school women, if you buy that. Yeah. Who have been wronged by their former boyfriends and girlfriends. So let's do each other's revenge.
Oh, I
Very
see.
Hitchcockian.
I see.
Yeah.
I'll revenge for you. You revenge.
Yeah,
for
Strangers
me.
on a train, but yeah.
Yeah. And actually, these two work really well together. Actually, it's very funny.
That sounds good.
It's a comedy, and not a comedy is another movie premiering on Friday. Goodnight, Mommy. Naomi Watts.
Okay.
Okay, these two young twin brothers come home, and mom's got her face all bandaged up.
Oh, this was a.
This was an Austrian film.
Yeah.
This is a remake, American remake.
We interviewed some of these people for.
Yeah.
I want to say it was a Sundance.
For Sundance?
Film. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Like, is it mommy? Is it not mommy? Is
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
because she's acting weird.
Yeah. I remember
Okay.
this.
Okay. Yeah. I think I saw the original version.
Yeah, 2014 Austrian thriller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sunday, someone needs to know this. SEAL Team season 6.
I don't need to.
The show has moved to Paramount Plus.
Oh.
Well, how are the old people going to find it?
They're not.
With David Boreanaz, as he's been nicknamed. Yeah. Recently, I've been just randomly watching reruns of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Really?
On Comet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On, old
Whatever.
people TV.
Whatever
old,
that is.
Old people broadcast TV.
Okay.
It's a sci-fi based
Is it a
network.
subscription?
No,
No?
it's free. You can watch it over the air.
Okay.
And so I've been watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and it's actually better than I remember.
Really?
It's some very good episodes.
I never got into Buffy. I did watch Angel.
Angel was good too, yeah. But Buffy is much better than I remember.
That's Josh Whedon.
Yes.
Katie agrees.
Katie agrees. Yes.
Sweden.
And that's it for the new stuff this week. And I did watch that movie Moonfall. We talked about this on the podcast.
How is it?
Terrible.
Is it? That's what I hear, yeah.
But I was watching it, and it's checking all the boxes of a disaster movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's like quirky characters, and I got to stay behind on the ship. You save yourselves, and I'll sacrifice myself to save humanity. All that stuff. Yeah, and I thought, is this a Sci-Fi Channel parody movie? And I realized, it's Roland Emmerich.
Ah, there you go.
It's supposed to be this terrible.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's on HBO Max if you want to suffer through that.
It all makes sense now.
I decided to start watching The Patient,
Mm-hmm.
and I agree with Carrie. I'm annoyed that it's only dropping one episode a week because I quickly burned through the first 3 and went, great, now what?
There's going to be a fourth.
Yeah, but I got to wait.
So?
I want to know what happens now. It's really good, though.
You old people get so impatient.
I would just say, if you haven't started watching it, don't. Wait for all the episodes to be there for
it's
you.
frustrating.
And then binge it.
Remember when we used to watch shows by the week?
I know.
We're spoiled.
Like chumps?
I used to be the one who said, we had to wait, you can wait, it's fine. And now I'm one of those impatient people.
Yeah.
Because when you find something you like, you want to keep going.
I wasn't sure I would like The Resort. I watched 2 episodes and went, I don't know. And I watched the 3rd episode last night. It's really good.
Yeah.
I was disappointed in the ending.
I don't.
I'm not going to say a word.
I can't understand. Watching that episode, I think, how in the hell are they going to end this?
Well, yeah.
So apparently not well. They didn't stick the landing, is it?
No, it's consistently good. I think maybe it's just me. Because I talked to some other people who love the show too, and they said, I was fine with the ending. Maybe it's just me.
It's like 8 episodes or something.
Yeah, 8 or 9, something like
It's
that.
not a big commitment.
And that's on the that's a place where old people will never find it.
Peacock.
It's on Peacock.
Yeah.
Old people will never find it there.
There's a toll-free number.
Hello?
I love that. I just love that.
Old people talk like that all the time, Gina.
Where's Days of Our Lives?
Are they doing the gay stuff?
I can't find Victor Kiriakis anywhere.
Have you seen my hat?
Patch is still around.
Really?
As is Marlena and Roman.
Really?
Yeah.
Days of Our Lives talk, folks.
How do you know this?
Because I've watched it. I've seen it at 1 a.m. in the morning. Going, how the hell are they still there?
Patch is still on.
That's funny. Well, thank you.
Sure. Whatever happened to Luke and Laura?
That's,
General Hospital bill.
Oh, yeah.
I think Laura's still around, actually.
Married to Frakes.
Think of Laura. All right. Thank you very much. Traffic, Gina, please.
There's a crash southbound I-15 in American Fork at milepost 277. It's off to the right shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 at 114th South in Salt Lake. That is off to the right shoulder. Vehicle fire westbound I-80 at 7th East, the on-ramp there. And let me check our message stream, see what friends of the program are saying. They're not saying anything. But if you want to say something, that's the place you do it. Text it to us, 33986. Gracie's, open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple, adults only.
All right, Beat Gina coming up with Gorillaz tickets right after these messages and a song. 877-602-9696. If you can beat Gina at Pop Culture Trivia, you will win tickets to see Gorillaz. Should be a good show. We will take a break, and we will be back in just a bit. Now, let's see. Now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp.
Okay.
Let's see. If you're thinking about giving therapy a try, people ask me all the time about therapy. And they say, well, what if I don't like the therapist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're not married to them.
You don't have to stay with
You
the
don't
first
have to
person
stay
you
with it.
talk to.
So if you're thinking about giving therapy a try, BetterHelp is a great option. It's convenient, accessible, affordable, entirely online. You can get matched with a therapist after filling out a brief survey, and you meet them and talk to them, and if it doesn't work out, you can switch therapists at any time. So this is a great opportunity for you. I mean, I got into therapy because I was stuck focusing on problems instead of solutions. And it's always great to have another voice there who can help you with solutions, problem-solving mode. So give it a try. And like I said, you can change therapists at any time. When you want to be a better problem solver, therapy can get you there. Visit BetterHelp.com/SLC today, and you'll get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/SLC.
It's low.
Let's see. So, over the holiday, July 4th, every July 4th, there's a tradition in my house that my wife has, luckily, she has agreed to.
Oh.
And that is every July 4th, we watch the movie Jaws. You know,
As you should.
the greatest movie of all time.
Right.
And we had a few glasses of wine, and we're watching Jaws, and she said, let's recast this movie.
Okay.
I said, recast. He says, what are you saying? He says, if they were to make it today,
So current actors and stuff. Okay.
who would you put in these roles? And she grabbed a notepad.
I've made my cast here in the break.
And she wrote down some names, and again, she had some wine, so her writing is a little hard to read.
Now, do you want to do yours first, or should I do mine? Or
Well, let's go by character.
Yeah.
okay.
Let's start with. Did you cast Ellen Brody yet? Chief Brody's wife.
You know, I didn't get to that one yet. She's just kind of a minor.
Well, but we feel that in a new retelling that she could have more of a role and be more involved.
Yeah.
But we were thinking Elizabeth Moss would be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's who we cast as Ellen Brody. Now for Chief Brody, we went through a few. We wrote Bill Pullman and then scratched it out because I felt probably a little too old.
Yeah.
So then we thought John Hamm, and I went, no. And then we landed on Jake Johnson from New Girl.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
really know who that
Okay.
is.
Because he can do both comedy and
Yeah, he's super funny, but he can do some serious roles.
yeah.
Here's who I would put in there.
Who?
Brad Pitt.
Oh,
Okay.
Brad Pitt as Chief Brody.
well, okay.
All right.
Again, I'm casting from the cast of New Girl, Mr. Hooper,
Okay.
the Richard Dreyfuss character.
Right.
Now, you remember, he's got to be younger. He's got to be, kind of wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a self-made shark expert.
You're thinking Schmidt from New Girl, aren't
Not
you?
Schmidt,
Oh.
no. Lamorne Morris from New
Oh,
Girl, who
okay.
was also in the show Woke.
Yeah.
He can do just enough exaggeration and everything that I think he would be a good Hooper.
Yeah, he's
Again,
great,
I
too.
don't even know who that is.
Very funny.
He's super great.
I would pick Seth Rogen.
Yes.
For Hooper.
I'm
Yes.
always down for a Seth Rogen
Seth
moment.
Rogen, because he has the tendency to get excited. And
Mayor Vaughn.
I have the perfect one.
You will never guess our casting for Mayor Vaughn.
Who?
We went with Peter Dinklage.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to see him in that
I wanna
suit with the anchors on it.
I want to see him in with his elf character, super angry all the time, even though he just wants to leave the beaches open.
Who did you cast?
Here's who I would cast as Mayor Vaughn. Originally, it was Murray Hamilton.
Pivotal role, by the way.
Patton Oswalt.
Patton Oswalt as Mayor Vaughn. Because he could do that dramatic turn.
He could. I'm telling you, he could do it.
Because he could do that. He could do the outrage, but he could also do the "my kids were on that beach too" and get away with it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now Quint.
Yep.
We wrote 2 actors because we couldn't decide which one would be better.
Okay.
For Captain Quint.
Okay.
Leonardo DiCaprio or Brad Pitt.
Oh.
Oh, really?
So, okay.
Because Quint should be older
Yeah.
than Chief Brody.
Yep.
And Hooper. So that's why we went with Leo or Brad Pitt. I would prefer Brad Pitt because I'd like to see Pitt do the USS Indianapolis speech.
He's a little more scruffy.
I would pick Nick Offerman.
Nick Offerman would be good.
That's awesome.
Nick Offerman, yeah.
Hmm.
And for Brody, I just changed my mind. Instead of Brad Pitt, I would pick Timothy Oliphant.
Timothy Oliphant would be good.
And put him with who did you cast as his wife?
Elizabeth Moss. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, now actually, Guy in the chat room has the perfect casting for the mayor. Bob Odenkirk. Bob Odenkirk as
I can see that.
as Mayor Vaughn would
Yeah.
be
Oh, yeah.
absolutely great. Texter says Tommy Lee Jones for Quint. I don't know.
Still, I think he's a little too gone.
He's too old now.
Oh, now here's a suggestion. Hooper could be a girl. Kristen Wiig.
Okay. I love her.
I wouldn't mind Hooper being a girl. As a matter of fact, that's a great idea. But I don't think it would be Kristen Wiig. I'm not sure who.
I think Kristen Wiig could do
I
it.
think she could do great.
Here's someone suggesting Chris Pratt for Hooper.
No. Sorry.
I wouldn't suggest Chris Pratt for anything.
Yeah, Chris needs to sit down for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can we cast Ron DeSantis as Quint just to see him being eaten by a shark?
Sure.
Okay. Chief Brody, Christian Bale.
No.
Brody's got to be like in his late 30s.
Yeah.
And Bale might, Oh, here's a Quint casting. Willem Dafoe.
Oh, yes. I love that
Yeah.
man so much.
Yeah, he would. Yeah. He's a really good actor.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe would be
He'd
good.
play it well.
Let's see. Tom Skerritt as Quint from Atropos, America's most grizzled actor.
Yeah.
Quint should be Samuel L. Jackson, according to a texter.
You could do if you did Brody as Timothy Oliphant, you could do what's her name, Drew Barrymore as his wife.
There you go.
Because they were together on that.
She'd be good at
Great.
that.
They were together on that
the
show where
Santa
she was
Clarita Diet. Yeah.
where
That
she was
show's
eating
great.
people.
Yeah.
They was zombies.
Yeah.
Let's see. Josh Brolin as Quint.
Yeah.
That'd work.
Yeah, he's excellent.
Mm-hmm. Army Hammer as Jaws. Oh.
Oh boy.
Okay, because
he's eating
he likes
people.
to eat people.
Because he likes to eat people. And now they want us to cast the entire cast of Jaws using Muppets.
No.
Well.
Terrible.
Sam the American Eagle as Mayor Vaughn.
Yeah. Yeah.
There. I said it.
That
the
works.
pivotal character. The most important character. Mayor Vaughn.
Yeah. We must leave these beaches open.
Anyway, that's what happens when we get drunk and watch Jaws. We had Mrs. Kintner, Aisha Tyler. We decided that Alex Kintner, the kid, should be played by Nasim Pedrad because she does Chad, the 14-year-old kid.
Yeah.
We wanted.
It's time to play the game many people call. Oh, that thing again. Yes, it is that thing again. It's Beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. Oh. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop?
3.
We may never find out because the Tootsie Roll Center is so irresistibly delicious you can't help but biting into it. See for yourself. Have a delicious Tootsie Pop today. Chocolate, raspberry, cherry, orange, or grape. And count the number of licks you give it before you give up and bite to get to the delicious, chewy Tootsie Roll Center. And now, here's our very own Tootsie Roll.
Ooh.
The MC of Beat Gina, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
Tootsie Pop money, huh? All right, let's go to the randomizer. The randomizer has chosen Devante to play. Hello, Devante. Hello.
Hello.
There we are. Devante, are you there?
Hello?
There we are.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hi. All right,
Can you hear
Devontae.
me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're going to toss a coin now to determine who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game, heads or tails.
Alrighty.
You call it.
I'm going to do heads.
All right, coin toss app says tails, Gina Barberi.
Okay, so that means you're one step further away, Devontae, from winning these Gorillas tickets. They're coming to Vivint Arena on September 19th. It's their first stateside trip since 2018, and they're coming with special guest Earth Gang. So if you can beat me, you'll get tickets to that show.
Don't worry about a thing, Devontae.
All right. Okay, so this first question is for Gina. To answer the question exclusively, it's multiple choice trivia. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, give you a chance to answer that question. If you get it correct, you steal the point away from Gina. We'll go back and forth until one of you has 3 points. Let's begin. First question.
All right.
Chicken trivia, Gina.
Okay.
Chickens. What happens to chickens when they feel stressed?
Okay.
Is it A, they jump in front of an oncoming chicken hawk? B, their eggs change color? C, they speak to their therapist at betterhelp.com/SLC?
Yes.
Or they lose their feathers?
Oh, I'm going to say lose their feathers.
Lose their feathers is correct.
There it is, 1 point for Gina, and now Devontae. Give it a try.
Devontae? Alfred Hitchcock trivia. Alfred Hitchcock trivia. Which of his movies did he keep the ending script away from the cast until it was time to film it? He kept the ending of the script secret until it was time to film it. Was it A, The Birds? Was it B, High Anxiety? C, Psycho? Or D, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze?
I'm going to just have to guess and go with Psycho.
Psycho is correct.
Correct. Nicely done, Devontae. You tied the game.
All right.
Gina, your turn.
Gina.
Okay.
Catholic trivia.
Got it.
According to the Catholic Church, where do souls who are still in need of purification from minor sins go after death?
Okay.
Is it A, Alderaan,
Okay.
B, Purgatory, C, Hell, or D, Bespin?
Purgatory.
Purgatory is correct. Wow.
2-1. Your turn now, Devontae. Tie it up if you can.
All right, Devontae. Which of these films... Okay, this is Cameron Diaz trivia. Cameron Diaz trivia.
My favorite.
Which of these films did Cameron not appear in? She did not appear in one of these. Was it A, Minority Report, B, What Happens in Vegas, C, The Bear Wench Project 5, The Final Insult, or D, Minority Report?
C.
Bear Wench Project is correct.
Well, there you go. You've tied it up, Devontae. Now, Gina, you could win the game with this question.
Yeah,
Gina?
I could.
Gina, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles trivia.
Okay, maybe I couldn't.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic was originally a spoof on what Marvel franchise? All of these answers are Marvel characters.
Okay.
Was a spoof on what Marvel franchise? Was it A, Daredevil, B, Howard the Duck, C, Leatherboy, or D, Bessie the Hell Cow?
They're all real?
Marvel characters.
Was it Howard the Duck?
Howard the Duck, I'm sorry.
Devontae, you get a chance to steal and win the game.
Sorry, could you read the answers again?
Is it A, Daredevil, C, Leatherboy, or D, Bessie the Hell Cow?
D.
Bessie the Hell Cow is incorrect.
Although we all want to know more about Bessie the Hell Cow.
I for one, do not.
Go to Marvel.com and Google it. It's all there. Leatherboy was a Great Lakes Avenger, just so you know.
Okay.
All right.
It was Daredevil. Daredevil was the correct answer.
Devontae, you still control the question, so you could still win on this one.
All right, Devontae. On the DVD commentary for Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Paul Rubens said that he based Pee-wee dressed in drag on who? Was it A, Large Marge, B, RuPaul, C, B, Arthur, or D, his real-life sister?
It'd be fun if it was his sister. I don't know if it's his sister. I'm going to go with his sister.
That is correct.
And you win, Devontae. You win the Grillas tickets. Nicely done. Nicely done, sir.
Very nicely done. All right.
Listen, all you have to... Yes?
Hang on the line and we'll get your information.
Yeah, and I've got to go or I'll miss my bus.
He's got a bus. All right. Big boy news and opinioendo now. Brought to you by
Feldman's Deli, Utah's authentic Jewish deli. Expanded hours, now open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Breakfast till 10:30. Lunch, dinner, live music Fridays and Saturdays. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
Well, since announcing that in March that Bruce Willis had been diagnosed with aphasia and was stepping away from his acting career, the beloved star's family has been largely silent about how he's doing. This is a really challenging time for our family, they said, at the time of the Instagram post, going on to thank fans for their love and compassion and support. And now Bruce Willis' wife, Emma Hemming Willis, is talking about her husband and shedding some light on the new reality, including what life is like as she copes with the fallout from her husband's illness. She says her life with Bruce Willis has been just about perfect, but it's gotten difficult because of his illness. As far back as 2017, apparently, Willis's coworkers noticed that something was kind of off with his behavior. A brain disorder, aphasia is a brain disorder that causes people to lose their ability to speak and to understand other people. Sometimes it's mistaken for normal signs of aging, depression, or even being drunk, according to Page 6 source familiar with the star in the situation. In reflection, Bruce probably has been struggling with this since 2017. People thought he was just being unmanageable, being odd, but probably that's not the case. He was
interesting.
His second wife, Emma, is sticking close by, but so is Demi Moore. Very close. They've all become very close, and they're supporting Bruce as his illness continues to progress. And it's gotten to the point where I don't think you'll see Bruce Willis.
No,
probably not
much anymore. He's not. He's absolutely not. And it's too bad. I always really. I think he had a reputation of being kind of a jerk sometimes, but I always enjoyed his performances. They were entertaining always. Chris Hemsworth said that getting more ripped for Thor: Love and Thunder.
I don't know if he could get.
Well, he was
pretty ripped.
He was sort of fat there at one point, but he had to. He said it took a toll on him. There he is, x96.com/live.
That's right, when Zeus blasts all the clothes off of him.
It looks almost fake, doesn't it? Every time I've played the character and put the muscle on and the size on and then lost it for something else and played another character, there's muscle memory. And I used to say it sort of got easier each time, Hemsworth said, in the latest installment. This is of a behind-the-scenes documentary called Assembled on Disney+. He said it was particularly hard this time, I think, because the target weight we aimed for was quite a ways above where I'd been before. The actor's physique has become larger and more muscular with each appearance in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and he said, this last one, it was hell. Just hell to try and do. I think he'll be very happy to not do it anymore at some point.
He's going to continue, though.
Yeah.
That being said, I finally watched Thor: Love and Thunder this weekend. Did not care for it.
Really?
Was it too silly?
It couldn't decide what it wanted to be.
Yeah. Let's see now. LRL, just the initials. LRL says she was 16 years old when she was forced into an arranged marriage with a first cousin.
Oh.
Nearly 11 years older than she.
Yikes.
She was born and raised a member of the Order, a polygamous Utah sect referred to as the Kingstons by outsiders, according to a lawsuit filed Wednesday in 3rd District Court. Her parents were brother and sister, and her father had over 300 children by at least 14 wives.
Ugh.
As a child, she was often abused by her father's first wife, the lawsuit says, adding that sometimes she was ordered to take off her shoes and socks, and then the first wife would stomp on her bare feet while wearing boots with spikes or cleats on the bottom. She was allowed limited education, but in middle school, forced to drop out and worked full-time for the Order, according to the lawsuit. Her first job with the Order was with their bank, where she was claimed to sign member names on checks using signature stamps and process the checks to real banks. So it goes on to allege all kinds of abuse and all kinds of criminal doing. There are 10 former members of the family involved in all of this lawsuit, and I think their hope is to end it forever, to try and put a final bullet in the Kingston clan. This was really touching, I guess. BYU played Baylor. And it was a very close game, and BYU emerged victorious. They weren't supposed to win because Baylor was higher ranked, but as thousands of overjoyed BYU fans stormed the field at LaVale Edwards Stadium, Cougar quarterback Jaron Hall found one person in particular, kicker Jake Oldroyd. I don't know if I can do it justice to say what this leadership means, said BYU head coach Kalani Sitake. The junior, so on Saturday, Oldroyd missed a 35-yard field goal near the end of regulation play. And apparently he was just in tears because he'd missed it. And the quarterback went and hugged him and and held him for like 10 minutes.
That's nice. Comforting
him and consoling him after missing the field goal versus Baylor. It was a very, very sweet moment. A scientist is suing a Utah startup company for a work culture she says was a nightmare for women. That scientist, Laura Silverman, she was forced to listen to sexual banter, she says, from executives, shame for her pregnancies, and due to her gender, denied the title and pay she deserved. She's now suing the company, DiscGenics, a company engineering spinal disc cells as a potential injectable treatment for lower back pain. DiscGenics might have had a more professional environment or been able to more effectively respond to complaints, Silverman believes, but for this. Since its founding in 2007, DiscGenics has never had a female executive or a female board member. She was disciplined last June, she said, after repeatedly complaining about harassment, according to her federal lawsuit, and the chief operations officer accused her of doing it as part of a lobbying effort for a promotion. She's going after him. Says that she was discriminated against, and it'll be interesting to see where that goes. New Utah state flag. They're getting close to picking one, I think.
Is it going to be chosen by voting?
You can comment on what you...
Yeah, okay, because,
X96.com/live, you can see some of them there. I kind of like I think one of them it has to have a beehive in it.
Well,
as far
of course
as I'm
you
concerned.
would think that.
Well, it's the beehive state, Gina. That's
you're a bee lover.
But Gina,
noted bee lover, Bill Allred.
But Gina, it's the beehive state.
That one looks like an airline logo.
Which one? Yeah, some of them do look like. Yeah.
Looks like an airline logo.
Yeah. By the way, when the Queen died, Queen Elizabeth II. Speaking of bees, yes. It was done.
What?
Someone went and told the bees that she had died because that's what you're supposed to do. She was a noted beekeeper, and so you have to go inform the bees that when their owner dies, or the hive will, they say, disintegrate, fall apart. The colony will leave if you don't inform them and really somebody did it. They went out to the apiary and talked to the bees about her passing.
And there was a prepared sentence that you had to say, and I'm trying to remember what it is now.
I'll look it up. And
it wasn't "Hello Bees." I know it didn't start
bees.
That way.
Here, hold on.
It was "Madam has passed" or something like that.
The mistress is dead, but don't you go.
Yeah.
Your new master will be a good master to you.
That's what you say to the bees.
I think that's just such an interesting tradition, and there are some old pictures, old woodcuts and things of guys kneeling in front of beehives, telling the bees.
All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Well, as Bill mentioned, BYU won over the weekend. So did the Utes, and Bill's Wildcats beat Utah State. So there was that.
They're not my team, Gina.
Well, you went there.
I know, but I don't own the team.
2 women at University of Utah football game were topless in the stands on Saturday, wearing little, if anything, above the waist but body paint. No, I don't have a photo. University spokesman Christopher Nelson told Channel 2 News on Sunday night that the women were asked by 2 female police officers to please put their shirts on, and they complied. But what happened drew attention on social media, with one mother writing it was her first time bringing her kids to a Utes game, and this experience was not okay. Nelson said he spoke with the U's chief safety officer and that detectives are going to follow up and screen for possible criminal charges. Does body paint count as clothing? No.
I don't know.
Does not count.
Not really.
All right.
Weather. So exciting. Change. Different. Lovely. Now, today it'll be smoky, which is not so lovely. It is a little cooler, though, 91 for a high. And then later tonight and tomorrow through probably Friday, big change coming with lots of rain. 80% chance of showers Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and much cooler temperatures. Will be 81 tomorrow, will be 77 Wednesday, and 75 Thursday. Overnight lows in the 50s. That will all feel really nice. Traffic, we have a crash northbound I-15 at the 5th East on ramp. The 5th East on ramp there. Crash southbound I-15 at American Fork, milepost 277. Vehicle fire westbound I-87th East on ramp. This probably is about cleared up. We haven't heard a report on an update there for about a half an hour or so. Friend of the program says accident northbound Redwood Road right before the I-215 entrance has people backed up really far and is in cleaning mode around 66 South. Thank you, whoever sent that in, at 33986. Hurry into your locally owned and operated Big O Tires now through September 18th and buy 3, get 1 free on select sets or up to $140 in rebate savings. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. Geek News on the way. Stand by. So we're in the back porch and look over, and Bri says, I just saw a critter. Was not specific because he knows how she feels. And that was that. So Sunday morning, we wake up. Morning's going fine. Everything's good. Making coffee, the whole thing. And then I hear Sue screaming.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
And I come into the kitchen, and she's looking out the back window. And I run to the window to see my 2 dogs in a tug-of-war.
Really?
With a rat.
Was it still alive?
The rat was wounded.
Oh.
So I go running out there, and it's like, get inside, get inside, get inside. And so
we got a couple of little ratters.
So we close the doggy door. Sue immediately brushes their teeth and cleans their faces.
Yeah.
So she can, get loves. And so I'm now rat patrol. So the rat's lying there, and it's wounded. And and I'm like, it's still alive. But I look at it, and it looks pretty bad. So I figure I'll leave it alone for a half hour, and it'll die. And then I'll, get a sack and pick it up. Go back out a half hour later. It's actually looking a little better. Wow. It's rolled over on its belly. It's still not walking because I think its legs are broken.
Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
And
I feel bad for the poor rat.
I do too, and then I'm like, I'm going to have to dispatch the rat, aren't I? I'm going to have to, because it's in pain, it's suffering. It's
go get your gun.
So
or just wait for 4 turtles to show up.
Yeah. So I went and I got my Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, shoot your eye out.
Well, I cocked it and put it right to its head. I had to dispatch the rat. And even then, I couldn't pick it up right away. I'm going to let it. I'll be back in a bit. And so I come back like 20 minutes later, and it was starting to stiffen up already. That was pretty fast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But
End of the story is Sue is putting our house up for sale. And
Truly? Some people would.
what she doesn't know is that I've been keeping this secret from her ever since we moved there. I mean, it is the mountain.
Yeah.
It's happening. Now, our Artie, our original dog, was never curious about exploring the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't interested in getting into the shrubs or the trees or anything, so I was able to put, like, traps out there and I took care of the rat problem for quite a while. But now I have curious dogs, and I can't do that because Ripley will...
They'll get in the trap.
Ripley will find the trap, and so I don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Hudson was high on adrenaline for the rest of the...
Yeah.
Rest of the day.
Killer.
Oh, he just did that stirred something in him.
You should have seen my cat with a beetle yesterday. Man, did that cat go to town. A killer. Little beetle.
Is the sponsor, Gina.
Yes, Clark Planetarium. Enjoy 3 floors of free interactive exhibits or take in a film in the IMAX or Dome Theater, open 7 days a week. Stop by Clark Planetarium at the Gateway today. Plan your visit at clarkplanetarium.org.
All right, geek news. It was a big weekend for geek news.
Okay.
Mostly Marvel and Star Wars news.
What happened?
Well, it was the big D23, which is like Disney Products Comic-Con.
Can anybody go to that?
Yeah, it's a big convention. Okay. Yeah, you can just attend. It's a 2-day event, and they hold it in Anaheim usually. And they made a lot of big announcements about the future of all your favorite stuff. And we got a lot of new trailers, which I'll show you in a moment.
Okay.
But first of all, the big announcement was the next Captain America movie, Captain America New World Order. Anthony Mackie will be Captain America. He will be getting a new sidekick, Falcon.
Okay. Different Falcon?
Different guy.
Okay.
And let's see. So, and we got some of the characters coming back. Tim Blake Nelson.
Oh, yeah.
Who was in 2008's Incredible Hulk movie, will return as this longtime Hulk villain called the Leader. And Carl Lumley is going to be back as Isaiah Bradley, who he was in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier show. He was like the original test subject that the super soldier serum was made on. And they're introducing a new superhero, an Israeli superhero called Sabra, played by Shira Haas. And
that's my favorite hummus, by the
way. Let's see. Also, the big next Mighty Marvel team-up movie, it's not the Avengers, it's the Thunderbolts.
What is
I don't know the
Thunderbolts was a bunch of like villains and ne'er-do-wells that were brought together by the government and it's like a Suicide Squad kind of a
I was
plot.
going to say, it sounds like.
Yeah, and so it's here's your team up. It's Florence Pugh,
Okay.
who is Black Widow's sister,
Right.
Yelena. Sebastian Stan
Okay.
is the Winter Soldier. David Harbour is back as the Red Guardian from the Black Widow movie. Wyatt Russell coming back to play U.S. Agent.
Okay.
Hannah John Kamen is back as Ghost. She was in Ant-Man and the Wasp. Olga Kurylenko as Taskmaster. Of course, they're all been put in charge of... Julia Louis-Dreyfus is Valentina. She's in charge of the Thunderbolts.
Okay.
And so that'll be the next...
She's my superhero.
Yes, that'll be the next big one. Also, a lot of footage for Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. It was not released on the internet, the footage, but everybody who saw it said that it was just amazing. That's in November 11th is when that opens. We got to look at Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 5 as well.
He says that'll be the last.
He says this will, in fact, be the last time he does it. The footage was apparently pretty good.
I guess he got kind of choked up, too. He was teary.
He was teary about it. He said, I'm proud to say that this one is fantastic. He was talking about the one before this one, making a reference because that was not fantastic. And this is one of the reasons Indiana Jones movies are about mystery and adventure. They're also about heart. We have a really human story to tell as well as a movie that will kick your ass. He said, this is the last time playing the character. He said, this is it. I will not fall down for you again. Which is good because you could break a hip.
One? What was the last one?
Crystal Skull.
Crystal Skull.
And it was, what was that?
People didn't like it.
Did I see it? What was it
Yeah,
about?
you saw it.
Was it the one with the ants?
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
Jeep race?
Yeah.
The
I
Jeep,
thought that stuff was kind of fun myself.
that,
but
that Jeep chase thing.
Shia LaBeouf was
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah. It wasn't that great.
I'm. This is my warning to you guys now. As I did with Top Gun Maverick.
Yes.
I told my son, my sailor son Festus, I will fly wherever in the world you are to go see that movie with you. I will do the same thing with this Indiana Jones.
I don't think women are welcome in Qatar.
So that's June 30th, 2023.
Okay, I'm throwing it out there.
You think he could be overseas?
He might. I don't know.
Oh, okay. But we did get some trailers that were released to the public. A lot of the stuff was hidden from the public eye. We got our first look at Nick Fury's TV series that is coming, Samuel L. Jackson. It's called Secret Invasion. Let's get this.
For years, you've been avoiding Earth. But I have called for your help plenty of other times, and you've been pretty content to let those calls go straight to voicemail.
Yeah, well, this is different.
So Samuel L. Jackson is back. He's joined by Olivia Colman.
Oh, really?
How much do you know about your security detail?
What do you mean, how much do I know about him?
Emilia Clarke. Ben Mendelsohn.
Fury, we gotta be very careful now.
Now, it's loosely based on the comic book story Secret Invasion, where people in high-ranking places and some superheroes were replaced by Skrulls. Because they're the shape-shifting, you know.
Right, okay.
So that's what brings Nick Fury back from outer space to fight this. Also, it's a great little... It looks like a spy thriller, this
Last
trailer.
person standing between them and what they really want.
We also got...
I want to hear him ask a Skrull, what's in your wallet?
What is that?
Now we also got a look at this is the one that as a nerd I'm kind of excited about, because we joke about some of these Marvel properties. Moon Knight was one that we joked about.
Yeah.
And they made it good.
Yeah.
Werewolf by Night is the other one.
That sounds like a joke.
It was kind of a joke, that
Okay.
comic, when it was released in the 70s.
It was meant to be kind of a joke.
Well, no.
No?
They were trying to do a werewolf thing. Well, they started by naming the character Jack Russell.
Like a terrier?
Like a terrier.
I applaud this.
That's where you start.
I applaud this.
But they were trying to do a werewolf comic.
Okay.
But nobody took it seriously. But they're doing it's called a Halloween special
Okay.
Werewolf by Night, and I want you to watch this trailer because they're making an old-fashioned horror movie.
Okay.
Black and white.
This
Yes.
Halloween.
Really?
Yes.
You can't escape the shock, the terror of Werewolf by Night.
Tonight, it is every hunter for themselves.
Good luck. I'll be rotting for you.
But one of you is a monster, masquerading as one of our own. I can't wait to find out what breed of evil you are.
You know. I mean, it looks like...
sounds old.
It sounds like an old movie, and it looks like an old movie. You know.
You wanna see this, darling?
Please don't do this. Death is coming for you!
So it looks like it might be fun. It's going to be on Disney Plus this Halloween. Werewolf by Night. And then, of course, we got an extended look at Season 3 of The Mandalorian.
This is the one that you saved? You are as its father. The clan of two.
I mean, The Mandalorian is really the series that Disney Plus counts on. That's the big draw. That's their popular thing, you know.
Yeah, I don't
Then
watch
you
very many
are
of
a
those.
Mandalorian. No more.
But I like this
But
one.
this is interesting because you know it's just the continuation of the story. We love these characters. They're bringing in some of the characters from the animated shows, and it's a culmination of a lot of. If you're a Star Wars fan, you're excited about this. Also, for me, redemption for R5D4. But that's all I'm going to say. Poor. And I'm out of time, but I have a reason for Bill to watch the new Titans show. What? Titans is young DC characters.
Mm-hmm.
Titus Welliver.
Yeah, I like him.
From Bosch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is Lex Luthor.
Oh, he'd be a good Lex Luthor.
He is a huge DC Comics fan, apparently.
Titus Welliver is?
He called them up and said, I love this show.
Wow.
And they said, would you like to be Lex
Yes,
Luthor?
he
He
would.
said, well, of course, that just makes sense.
And so it's on. Is this on?
It's on HBO Max.
HBO Max. Titans.
It's the swearing superhero show.
Oh, okay. I'll like it even better.
You'll like Traffic even better if you swear, too, because Traffic might make you swear. Crash westbound I-80 State Street, milepost 124 in Salt Lake. Crash northbound I-15 5th East off-ramp. And let me check our message stream quickly. Just make sure there's nothing else there you need to be aware of. You can text us if there's traffic issues you're seeing out there, 33986. Salt Lake School for the Performing Arts, or SPA as they call it, is a tuition-free charter high school in Salt Lake. SPA is now accepting students grades 9 through 12 for the current 2022-23 school year. Register today at saltlakespa.org.
This trailer for Werewolf by Night is incredible.
Isn't it fun?
Yes. It's incredible.
And yes, Katie, I ran out of time. There's a new Willow trailer for the TV series that's coming, and it actually looked interesting. I never saw Willow and was never in my wheelhouse.
I liked Willow.
Anyway, there you go. It looks interesting, so we'll see. We're going to take a break. It's time for Frank Christ Presents. They're fine. They're just fine.
Prize is Blue October tickets.
Utah's own Blue October.
Yeah, But before we get to that,
Yes.
we have your next keyword in the $1,000 cash bribe. So that's coming up in a moment also.
So get your phone out. Call now to line up to play Frank Christ Presents at 877-602-9696. And then get ready to text the keyword in after these. Randlife.com/X96.
If you are trying to buy a home and sell your current home, it's rough. It can be really hard, tricky doing. Well, Rand Life can help with something called the Rand Life Bridge Loan, which closes simultaneously with the purchase of a new home and then gives you 6 months to sell your current home in order to alleviate the stress of buying a new home, moving, selling your old home, all of that stuff. You know, so you don't have to end up living in a motel for a while, that kind of thing. Randlife.com/X96. Go there. You can find out more about that Ran Life bridge loan. And also, Ran Life, just ask them for the free analysis of what they can save you monthly with a consolidation loan, a refinance of your mortgage, perhaps. I've done that before and saved a lot of money with Ran Life. So take advantage of that and other. They are very creative when it comes to real estate loans. RanLife.com/X96. I've got a list we could do. Oh.
Well, I mean, I also have a list.
So?
We both have lists?
So what?
So does that mean
we should
dueling lists?
I mean, we could do both lists.
Well, all right. What's your list, Bill?
15 flirty texts to send someone who's at work.
Gina?
I have historical facts you'll regret me telling you.
Okay.
History.
It's dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
What? So who goes first?
Coin toss app will determine. Let me call it in the air, Bill.
Heads.
All right, coin toss app says tails.
It all you rig it so because she always goes
it's
first.
It's an app.
Gina goes first.
Okay, historical facts you'll regret me telling you.
All right.
Number 1, King Tut's parents were brother and sister.
I knew that one.
Ew!
I knew that one.
DNA samples from King Tut reveal his parentage was from an incestuous relationship and also contributed to his early death at 19.
So, how about this? These are flirty texts you send to somebody at their work. They're guaranteed to make your crush smile at their desk. Here's one. I hope you're not working too hard today. You'll need some energy later tonight.
Oh. Okay.
In 1494,
Columbus went and shut the door.
Europe experienced the closest thing to a real-life zombie attack. In Italy's Renaissance period, the dark side, sailors returning from the New World, that's here, a massive outbreak of syphilis, which spread through the entire French army. The troops then brought what would become known as the Great Pox to the rest of Europe. They had no antibiotics back then. The disease was able to spread unchecked, and its effects were nasty.
I'm taking notes, by the way.
Skin on the victims' faces would rot away from the disease with ulcers. In some cases, noses, lips, or other body parts were gone.
Wow. Okay.
A concurrent syphilis outbreak was basically a real-world version of the zombie apocalypse.
Okay.
Like being in class. God.
All right.
Okay, here's another one. Let me know how your meeting goes. I'm sure you're going to crush it. That's not a very good
one. That one's a little weak. You want to try another one?
Yeah, let me do.
I'll give you another one.
Okay, here we go. Meet me for happy hour at 6. I want to see how your butt looks in those slacks.
That's just gross.
And using the word slacks is not flirty in the slightest.
No, it's like getting one from something from your uncle.
19th century New Englanders dug up a woman's body because they thought she was a vampire. The Rhode Island accused vampire in the late 1800s, a bout of tuberculosis struck Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And residents didn't know what to make of it. Since its victims tended to look sunken, pallid, drained, people assumed they had fallen prey to vampires. So naturally, a vampire hunt soon commenced.
Of course.
With the members of a Rhode Island family began dying of consumption one after the other, townspeople decided somebody's feeding on these people. Even after the mother and her 2 daughters died, the townspeople decided to exhume the dead bodies, suspecting that they were the undead.
Well, that's just science. Okay.
I just want to finish my notes here.
All right.
We're in our history class. How about this one? I left a little note in your lunch today. Just don't read it in front of your coworkers.
Ooh.
Huh? Huh? Guaranteed.
But that means that you'd have to also make sure you wrote a note and put it in the lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thomas Edison created a creepy baby doll. Thomas Edison created the first ever talking doll in 1877.
1977.
He was able to produce a line of baby dolls with wooden bodies, porcelain heads, and miniature phonographs in their chest, like a little tiny record player that played really creepy kid songs in it.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see. How about this one? Mike, no. No. Paying attention to this Zoom meeting is hard when all I can picture is you kissing me last night. Flirty.
Give me another one.
Okay, one more. Making my afternoon coffee run, but getting a snap from you might be a better pick-me-up. I think you mean a picture.
Yeah.
Dentures used to be made from the teeth of dead soldiers.
Ah.
I don't even need to go into that. Just that's all you need to hear.
That's all I need to hear.
Dead man's teeth.
Dead man's teeth.
You don't come back from dead man's teeth.
Well, the thing is they look real. So,
That's true.
You know. So, let's see. How about I wish you were cuddled in bed with me instead of sitting at your desk.
That's kind of.
These are really lame.
I know. These are weak.
How about let's see. The dogs and I can't wait for you to bring home the bacon after work. The dogs mostly for the bacon.
What?
These are not good.
That one.
Well, it's.
How about another one?
All right. Let's see.
Dead man's teeth is hard to come back from.
Yeah, it is. I've reread the same sentence in this email 5 times because I can't stop thinking about you.
Well, that's just ADHD.
That's terrible.
That's reading comprehension is the problem there.
Yeah.
That's not flirty at all.
No. Nope, it isn't.
Researchers once turned a cat into a telephone. A live cat.
How?
We know what you're thinking. You got to be kidding me, this says.
Oh, God.
In 1929, a pair of scientists at Princeton University wanted to test how the auditory nerve perceives sound. Their test subject, a heavily sedated but alive cat.
Ooh.
They cut out part of its brain and attached one end of it to a telephone wire in its auditory nerve and the other end to a receiver.
Yeah.
When one scientist said something into the cat's ears, he could hear it through the room, using the cat as a telephone.
I don't believe this in the slightest. That's made up. That's absolutely made up.
This aided in researchers developing cochlear implants. This experiment.
Now, go ahead.
How's work going today? I'll bet it's hard being the biggest hottie in the office.
Even Nick doesn't think that's very good.
Even Nick?
Even Nick.
Even Nick?
I mean, Nick's a low bar. That's
No
why I'm
kidding.
saying even Nick. What were the titles of your lists?
This one is 15 flirty texts to send someone who's at work.
Okay.
Historical facts you'll wish I never told you.
Based solely on the titles, I'm afraid Gina wins because those were things that I
wish you didn't know.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
I'll get you next time. So cold. So cold in here. Frank, why are you crying already? Frank Christus here.
So much hate mail.
Oh.
Frank is the celebrity reaper. He takes the souls of celebrities when it's their time. It's just a job. Why are people harassing you?
People think that I choose.
It's not, you have orders.
I get orders from the home office of who I have to take.
And you don't even know who's in charge there, I'll bet.
That's a very good question.
It's just some anonymous. You get a pager.
My pager goes off,
right?
Or if I'm home, the pneumatic tube system.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your home, Frank?
Oh, I have a nice little place in East Jordan.
Oh, that's great. They must be happy to have you as a resident.
Oh, they don't know.
You and Kerry Jackson, the only people who live there. Well, Frank is here, so we can play our ghoulish game. Frank Chris presents...
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yes, I have a list of celebrities, notable people here, and Frank has claimed one of them. The other three on this list, they're
fine. They're just fine.
Just for now, they're fine. Do we have a contestant ready to play?
Your machine has chosen Evelyn.
Evelyn, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Evelyn?
I'm fine.
There you go.
She's
got it.
Are you just fine?
Just fine.
Good. Evelyn, are you ready to play Frank Chris Presents?
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if you correctly identify the deceased celebrity in this list that Bill's about to read, you will win Blue October tickets. They're coming to the complex on November 11th. For more information, ticket links and other details, you can go to x96.com for those.
Evelyn, do you know a lot about boxing?
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate because these four people are all heavyweight boxing champs.
I think you'll be all right.
Heavyweight boxing champions. One of them is deceased. You have to determine which one. Here we go. Number one on the list, Riddick Bowe. Highly regarded trainer Eddie Futch took on the job of developing Riddick Bowe. As he saw the talent, Eddie would say that Bowe had more potential than any boxer he had ever trained. Any boxer he had ever trained.
Okay.
Number two on the list is Ezzard Charles, known as the Cincinnati Cobra, an American professional boxer, world heavyweight champion, known for his slick defense and precision, often considered the greatest light heavyweight boxer of all time. Number three, Dillian White, a.k.a. the Villain or the Body Snatcher, a British professional boxer, ranked among the top 10 heavyweight boxers during his career. And number four, Deontay Wilder. As an amateur, he won a bronze medal in the heavyweight division of the Olympics. That led to his nickname, the Bronze Bomber. Deontay Wilder is the final person on the list. Which one of them is no longer with us?
I'm going to guess 3.
Dillian White? No, I'm terribly sorry, Evelyn. No, Mr. White is still with us.
Well, he's fine. He's just fine.
Yes, he's 34 years old. He's
okay.
He's not boxing any longer, but he's still with us. Now, I'll give you another chance, though, Evelyn, because we want to be fair here. So let me read these last three names, and you tell me which one is no longer with us. Is it Riddick Bowe, Ezzard Charles, or Deontay Wilder?
B.
Sorry?
B, she said.
The second one.
Yeah, number two, Ezzard Charles.
Yes.
You're exactly right. Ezzard Charles died in 1975 at the age of 53.
Phew.
All right. So you win. What did you win?
She won tickets to see Blue October at the complex on November 11th.
Yeah. Have you seen them live?
I haven't seen them live. I love them though.
Oh, you'll love the live show then. They are just absolutely fantastic.
Frank never gets to see a live show.
Rub it in, Gina.
No live shows for Frank.
I've seen plenty of dead shows.
Yeah.
You used to follow the dead.
I did.
Listen,
I never knew when one was going to fall off the truck.
Evelyn, hang on the line, and a nice person will tell you what to do to get your tickets, okay?
Hang on.
Hang on. Well, Frank, what's up?
Has anyone seen Linda Gray?
What? Linda Gray.
From Dallas.
Oh.
Sue Ellen.
Sue Ellen.
I hadn't thought of her in years.
81.
Oh.
I'll keep an eye on that one.
I think you should.
All right, well, I'm so exhausted. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Goodbye. He doesn't have to go far. It's just East Jordan on his electric scooter.
He lives next door to me, actually.
Yeah.
Is he the one that leaves the beer cans?
No,
out
that's
in
no. Frank's a good neighbor, unlike that other
Frank's
guy.
He lives next door to the mayor.
Wait a minute.
of
You're
East
saying
Jordan.
you're saying your other neighbor is worse than the Grim Reaper?
Yes.
That's a sad commentary.
I shouldn't know what brand of beer you like. I just shouldn't know. All right. Well, we will take a break. We will be back. We do have big boy news and Opinioendo coming up. And, concert news. Darren from the stateroom is coming in to let us know what's happening.
It's local winners only in the X96 $1,000 cash prize.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracking their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehigh, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, what's your language?
Fleeing the Lex Diazevedo tyranny, the last battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say,
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
on the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders.
by?
Salt Lake School for the Performing Arts, or SPA, as they call it, is a tuition-free charter high school in Salt Lake City. SPA is now accepting students grades 9 through 12 for the current 2022-23 school year. Register today at saltlakespa.org.
Well, be watching on eBay and places like that to see if any memorabilia from one of my ex-girlfriends shows up for sale.
What?
Because holding on to an ex-boyfriend's or girlfriend's stuff may prove to be profitable later on, especially when your ex turns out to be the wealthiest man in the world. The former girlfriend of Elon Musk, is auctioning off a cache of photos and Musk memorabilia from her relationship with the billionaire. Jennifer Gwynn, his college girlfriend, selling the mementos through the Boston-based PR auction. Gwen and Musk started dating in 1994 when they both worked as resident advisors at a university dorm, according to the news release. And they look like a lovely couple. They look like they got some champagne there and some other sort of liqueur. And
is that what makes them look like a lovely couple? Because there's booze close by?
No, they look fresh-faced and happy and
RAs,
relaxed.
Resident advisors.
Yeah. They're relaxed and enjoying themselves. There are 18 candid photos of Musk as a baby-faced economics student. He really is baby-faced, too, isn't he? He looks very young in that.
Who will buy? No one will buy.
God, of course they will.
Who will want?
I wouldn't, but there are people who would buy old photos of me on eBay. So if you have them, go ahead and make a dime. The lot includes 18 candid photos, also several other mementos of their time together. People will buy those. There's a birthday card. Happy birthday, Jennifer. It says, happy birthday, Jennifer, a.k.a. Boo Boo. Love, Elon.
Oh, Boo Boo.
Hey, Boo Boo. Highest bid. As of Sunday morning, Gina, here's your answer. The highest bid for the birthday card, $7,000.
I don't understand.
They expect it will reach $10,000.
Why?
There's a gold necklace, including an emerald, from a Zambian emerald mine owned by Musk's father, Errol Musk. Man, that'll go. People will want that stuff.
I mean, jewelry. I get jewelry, but pictures of his college girlfriend, I don't know.
We mentioned this earlier, and just a little more detail. Queen Elizabeth II may have been known for her beloved corgis, but she also had royal beehives.
Yes.
And the caretaker of those approximately 1 million charges performed the unusual ritual upon Elizabeth's death. He informed each hive of the news. The Daily Mail said they interviewed royal beekeeper John Chappell, and he said, quote, "You knock on each hive and say, 'The mistress is dead, but don't you go. Your master will be a good master to you.'" Chappell did this for the hives, bedecked in black bows at Clarence House as well as Buckingham Palace. As it turns out, this ritual is rooted in tradition. Centuries ago, people came to believe that if the bees were not told about their master's death, they would stop making honey. In Celtic mythology, bees were considered messengers between this world and the spirit world. So that's part of the reason. Oh, and speaking of the Queen's corgis, there are, I don't know how many, 2. Her 2 dogs will now reside with the Duke and Duchess of York, Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson. The corgis will return to live at Royal Lodge with the Duke and Duchess. It was the Duchess who found the puppies, which were gifted to Her Majesty by the Duke. Despite divorcing him in 1996, Fergie and Andrew remain on friendly terms today, and they still live together at the family home Royal Lodge in Windsor.
Well, they got to share rent.
Yeah.
That Weight Watchers money isn't paying for her
Fergie
rent.
previously bonded with Her Majesty over dog walking and riding horses, and even after her divorce, she would continue her great friendship with Her Majesty by walking the dogs in Frogmore and chatting with the Queen.
Now, the interesting thing about the dogs is several years ago, the Queen said, "I don't want any more dogs because I don't want them to outlive me.
Yeah.
So she stopped breeding corgis, and Andrew, in typical fashion, doesn't listen to people.
Yeah.
And he gave her
two corgis.
Here, Ma, and she had said,
Yeah.
I don't
want any more.
Now there are,
Yeah.
don't get them back, but.
President Biden caught the White House off guard when he told reporters he planned to travel to London for the Queen's funeral. Past presidents have not attended the last two state funerals in Britain, for George VI in 1952, that was Elizabeth's father, and Winston Churchill in 1965. But Biden will be among the scores of heads of state and government to arrive in the capital before the service next Monday. However, there are likely to be some notable absences. President Xi of China,
Xi Jinping,
he will be in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan this week, has not said whether he will come, although they say it's unlikely, but he is invited.
Oh, he is invited.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question.
Xi has not left China since the pandemic began. This is his first outside of the country trip. And Donald Trump has not been invited.
Of course
Well,
not.
what they've said is that because kind of like COVID-y reasons, they're not inviting as many people as they would normally, so they're only inviting current heads of state, not past.
Even if that wasn't the case, I guarantee you they wouldn't invite him.
Yeah.
Nigerian officials have intercepted 7,000 donkey penises at an international airport after the smell from the packages aroused suspicion. The donkey penises were being smuggled to Hong Kong in 16 sacks, but customs officers at the Murtala Mohammed Airport in the Nigerian city of Lagos intercepted the packages. Sambo Dangalanmi Dima, the customs controller at the airport, said the animal parts were found in sacks in the animal export section. Why? They found 7,000 donkey penises. They said a suspect linked to the shipment is under arrest. The 7,000 donkey penises are apparently worth over 416,000 pounds, which is a lot of money.
I want to know who counted them.
I know.
Okay, somebody's going to have to tell us how many.
You count them.
The illicit trade of donkey parts, including penises and skin from Nigeria to China, is common. In China, they are used to make a medicine called Ijaio, which then the story ends there and doesn't say what that medicine is for, but I'm thinking it's some sort of weird virility supplement. Poor donkey. He's wanting his penis back, I think.
That is 10 hours of donkey sounds. It's available on YouTube if you're
I'm not, really.
10 hours.
It's not a pleasant sound, is it?
10 hours.
And what's being billed as the oldest known motor caravan, the oldest RV, is going up for auction on Saturday at the National Motor Museum in the UK. The vehicle is based on a 1914 Ford Model T and built on a chassis that was modified by coach builder Baeco. Caravan is a British term for RV, and it is also used to describe a travel trailer. But it's like a wooden structure built on the back of a truck, is that people could drive around and then stay in if they needed to. And it's essentially an RV, the world's oldest known RV. All right, that's it.
Weather.
Is good news.
Yeah.
So it'll still be a little smoky today, which isn't great news, but you can look at that and go, hey, you're out of here later today, buddy. Go on, get smoke. 91 for a high today. And then overnight tonight and through the rest of the week, we have a good chance of showers, 80% or so, depending on the day. And we get much, much cooler. 80s tomorrow, 70s Wednesday, low 70s by Thursday, it looks like. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and a pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from. All makes and models. Think Forever Warranty. Think Tim Daly.
This old RV, it's beautiful inside.
Oh, really?
Leather couch.
You should bid on it.
Beautiful ceiling. It's really cool, actually.
Oh, yeah, there's some pictures of it there in the chat room. Atropos has suggested that when the book is written, the Radio from Hell story, It should be called 7,000 Donkey Penises, the Radio from Hell story.
All right. Sure. That sounds good to me.
Darren from the stateroom coming up next.
The X96 $1,000 cash bribe is on.
And now it's time for another edition of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist. Brought to you by Iger Brothers Chain Link. Whatever your chain link need, be it fences, neck ornaments, or medieval armor, call Iger Brothers. We've been linking you up with the finest chain link products for over 30 years. And now Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please. It's time to get this committee meeting underway. The Utah State Legislature has impaneled this panel to look into Utah's new law prohibiting cigarette smoking in all public places. We'll be hearing from a series of expert witnesses today. The first person to testify is a psychotherapist named Ned Hastings. Sergeant at Arms, could you call Mr. Hastings to the committee room, please? Mr. Hastings, Ned Hastings, please come into the committee room. Mr. Hastings, thank you for being with us today. May I say that it's an unusual contraption that you're wearing. It looks like, well, it looks like a spacesuit.
Close, but no cigarette, Mr. Chairman. It works on the same principle as a spacesuit, and it was developed by NASA. But this is my patented Ned Hastings smoke suit. The backpack portion recycles fine, rich Turkish tobacco instead of fresh air. The bubble headgear captures every bit of smoke. None escapes into the outer atmosphere, thereby allowing me to roam freely through Utah's smoke-free environment.
Well, I'm not sure that this is allowable. You may be breaking a Utah law.
Oh, but I'm willing to take that risk for the sake of sweet, sweet tobacco.
Mr. Hastings, I'm having a hard time seeing your face through the bubble.
Oh, yes. I'm still working on a system to clear the tar and nicotine resins from the inner surface. I have a devil of a time behind the wheel of my sporty car.
Oh, yes. Mr. Hastings, you've been called before this panel as an expert witness. You are a psychotherapist, are you not?
I am.
And what is your expert view of the new Utah Clean Air Act?
I feel that it is an abomination before God and man. Not only does the law discourage people from finding good mental health by becoming new smokers, it is causing those existing smokers who have achieved some measure of mental stability to become unhinged. If this law stays in effect, I am anticipating a rash of crimes the like of which you little people have never...
My God, his suit's sprung a leak!
Filthy tobacco smoke is leaking into the hollow chamber. Evacuate this building immediately!
Oh, no. If tobacco smoke is leaking out, that means that fresh air is getting in. Must reach the cigarettes in car. Holy shit!
Will Ned make it to his cigarettes in time? Join us next as Iger Brothers Chain Link presents another in the continuing adventures of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Trying to find you some intro music, Darren. I'm experimenting. I'm not sure
That's
about
fine.
this.
That's peppy.
Darren,
I feel like I'm going to be like pulling flowers out and squirting you guys.
maybe
or
that's
something, you know?
okay. Maybe that's not a good one. Yeah.
But I appreciate the effort. Let's keep working on this.
I'll keep looking.
Darren Piccoli from the stateroom. Good morning.
Good morning.
So there's something here. First thing on the list that I don't understand. It says,
Which list is this?
Leanne Morgan, all daughters are mean skit. What does that
that's
mean?
like my little notes. You have my inside notes that. All right, I like that.
I don't know what that means.
Leanne Morgan is a comedian. She's really funny. Kind of like, I hate to make comparisons, but like the female Jeff Foxworthy kind of thing. But she's got this really hilarious skit, which as having a 15-year-old daughter right now, and
All daughters are
every
mean.
day is.
Yeah.
Just the win. It's a great skit, and it goes on and on and on. It's pretty damn funny. And
Where is she going to be?
She's going to be at the Eccles, I believe.
Tonight.
That's tonight?
It says 9:12.
I'm going to go to...
No. Those are my notes, Bill.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the Stateroom.
Go to the stateroompresents.com.
website,
Yes.
that is
I'm going to
where-
go there as well. I've heard that's a great site.
Is my oldest daughter who's about to
October
graduate
28th.
from the University of Tennessee. She's 22. And let me tell y'all, I know every crow thinks theirs is the blackest, but let me say that she is a beauty. And she is smart, and she's done very well in school, and she's in a sorority and done well with her sorority, and she's athletic, and she's mean. And
Mean.
we're scared to death of her. We walk on eggshells around her. She's not mean to other people or in public. She holds it in so that she can come home and like spew it out onto me. That's okay. That's God's way.
She's coming October 28th.
Yes, thank you.
You kind of get what I mean. There's a lot of truth.
Yeah, and that like I don't know, that skit had to be 12, 13 minutes, and I was like, I've listened to the whole thing. I was like, oh my God, yeah.
So and it's at the Eccles?
At the Eccles, that's late October. But that'll be fun. I don't know if you haven't seen a comedy show at the Eccles, it's really fun. It's
a good place to see it.
Great place to see comedy.
Yes.
And then who else we got here? Glenn Phillips.
Glenn Phillips, Toad the Wet Sprocket, lead man. We've had him a couple times through the Stateroom. It's a great intimate performance. And it's fun to have these artists back. It's been, it feels like everything is 2018, 2017 that we've had artists, which is, 5-6 years. So they're excited to come back and play. People are excited to go into the venues.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good midweek show. You're going to ask me the date, right? So let me take a look
Well,
at it.
that's kind of helpful.
I guess.
I guess it doesn't really matter
So
that much. 'Cause
picky.
people can go to the Stateroom Presents.
Nobody remembers things anymore anyway. Everyone has ADHD, and so you tell them, was Leanne Morgan September 17th, or was that Glenn Phillips? Or So, it's just we're just talking shows here. This is just what we do.
And then White Buffalo.
White Buffalo's great. Just like a awesome. He did all the music for Sons of Anarchy when that show first came out. So it's that like. I don't know how to describe that. How would you describe this character? It's like a spaghetti westernish.
Yeah, that's what it.
But like heavy.
I've been away from
Really, really fun show. We've had him Stateroom Commonwealth. We're bumping him up to the Union, doing the show with Post Fontaine there, and I think that'll be really fun because they can do all ages, but you can still have libations in every area of the venue, which is kind of nice.
Oh, you can in every area, even though it's all ages.
In every area, even though it's all ages. Yeah.
Now, today is the anniversary of Johnny Cash's passing.
Yes.
And in honor of that, you've got Church of Cash.
Yes, it was all planned out that way. That's how I operate, for sure. Church of Cash is really great, tribute band. I mean, a lot of these bands don't like to be called sort of like a cover band, right? But they really kind of embrace the artist, and the band embraces the sound of the band, and it's really become something cool to watch, And that's this month, actually.
It's the 17th.
17th.
I think somebody
be two
needs
sets.
That's what I'm sorry.
There'll be two sets on Saturday, September 17th, which is this Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah. I think somebody needs to do a tribute or a cover band of Radio from Hell.
A Radio from Hell cover band?
A Radio from Hell cover band. I'm not sure what form that would take exactly.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I thought that's what you guys were.
We are a cover band.
Of yourselves.
Yeah, that's true.
So little Johnny Cash for you.
This is the Church of Cash.
Yeah, right?
Sounds almost exactly.
It does. It does. And he's got some great videos out there, too. Just real, I don't know. There's something to be said for these artists when they just get into the spirit of the artist that they're paying homage to, right?
So all of those shows, and you can
And
find
lots more. Those are just a few of what's coming.
Yeah, we're back in full swing now. Come out of Labor Day and take the white pants off and get boogieing.
StateRoomPresents.com.
TheStateRoomPresents.com.
The State
The
Room.
State Room.
And you can find all of that stuff, whether it's the State Room or the Commonwealth.
And we're doing ticket giveaways for those shows.
For
we
all
should
of
have probably
these?
said that as we were going through.
Yeah, any of those we were mentioning.
We'll see if anybody remembers.
If any of those sound good to you, you can call 877-602-9696. Let Katie know I'm interested in that Church of Cash show or whichever one you like, and we'll give away some tickets to some random callers.
Sounds good.
So, Darren, you rode your bike here.
I did
from
ride my
home.
bike here.
All right, now, when you ride back home, are you going to pedal or are you going to use the throttle?
Well, I'm going to work, so I still have a little downhill to the stateroom, so I'm pushing off the uphill as long as possible.
Okay.
I don't, like I said earlier, I don't have a ton of battery, so I'm going to have to balance out the pedaling and the assist.
You have electricity at the stateroom, don't you?
I know, but I don't have the charger. I can take the charger. No, we're fully green.
You could have plugged it in
moss
here.
growing inside.
Windmill on the roof.
Right. And then you have to pedal to keep the electricity going, so I have people for that.
Always nice to see you, Darren.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys, too. And we'll see you next month, I guess, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right, sounds good.
There we go.
You like that better? Yeah.
That's the outro music.
That's the outro. Okay, that's okay. I'll keep playing around. I'll find you something. Don't worry.
See you later.
All right, thank you, Darren. We'll take a break. We will be back crawling towards the exits after these.
The X96,000 cash.
Ladies and gentlemen, Salt Lake City. That's right. It's the grand opening of Carrion Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where patrons can enjoy the very best in culture and cuisine. Each month, Bill and I will present a brand new Shakespeare play for your delight. And with each play, we'll change our dinner theater menu. We begin this weekend with Hamlet, Prince of Denmark.
Who's there? Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king!
Bernardo?
Line. He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco. And with immortal lines like that from the Bard, you get your choice of Hamlet Hawaiian-style ham, a juicy ham steak with a pineapple ring, or the Polonius chicken pot pie. And what's even more fun, not only will Bill and I play most of the parts, but we'll be your waiters. In coming months, you'll delight to other great Shakespearean masterpieces. Like The Taming of the Shrew, with me as Petruchio, and Bill as Catherine the Shrew.
If I be waspish, best beware my sting.
My remedy is then to pluck it out.
Aye, if the fool could find it where it lies.
Who knows where a wasp does wear his sting? In his tail.
In his tongue.
Whose tongue?
Yours, if you talk of tails, and so farewell.
What? With my tongue in your tail? Nay, come again, good Kate, I am a gentleman. It's Carrion Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater in the old Felt Electric building in the Regent Street alley off 2nd South. And look in your Happenings coupon book for a 2-for-1 coupon good on Wednesdays and Thursdays at Carrion Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater. Your dinners are full price, but one of you will get to sit through the play twice. Get thee hence to Carrion Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where you give us the dough and we put on the show.
Someone turns on the TV. TV, the party goes from within about 15 minutes to everybody staring blankly at the television
That's true.
and not talking to each other.
That is true.
So it'll be a good thing to do at the party.
Yeah.
The point of the party, if you're having a TV party, then yeah, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't.
Yeah.
Is that why your parties don't work?
I don't
Gina?
know.
Could that
I'm not
be it?
good at having parties.
When's the last time you gave a party?
I don't know. What counts as a party? Is having people over a party? Or do you have to have, like, a celebration of something?
No, I think if you invite people over, it's a party. Even if it's a family dinner, it's a family dinner party.
Oh, then we have those all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
And the TV goes on.
No.
After dinner?
No. No TV.
During dinner?
No. Music.
Oh.
That's it. No TV.
I love people who watch TV during dinner and have TVs in their kitchens and stuff. That's just really odd,
Just says,
I think.
we don't want to talk to each
Yeah.
other ever for any reason.
Yeah, it's just really strange. I knew a family who had a small TV on their dinner table, and they would eat dinner and watch television.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah, sitting on the corner of the dinner table, a small television, and it was on when they ate dinner.
So they never talked to each other.
No, not much.
Maybe that kept the fights down.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, when we watch TV and eat at the same time, it's because usually we don't have the time to do them both proper.
So then do you take
we
the
have to
food to the
combine.
couch?
Yeah. Take the food downstairs.
When I first met my wife, I was not adverse to doing that. I was also not adverse to having a television in the bedroom, and she was against both of those things. And so we have not done them I haven't done them in years, and now I can't imagine doing it.
Even having a TV in your bedroom?
No, God, no. No TV in the bedroom.
Why?
Especially not in the bedroom.
Why especially not in the bedroom?
Because
you don't like to get under the covers and...
Because it's useless. For me, it's useless. If I had a TV in the bedroom, I mean, when I go in the bedroom and get in the bed, you know what I do? Bonk! Sleep. Within 2 minutes, I'm out. And if there was a TV in the bedroom, I would be out within 30 seconds. I mean, it would serve no use. It would just serve absolutely no purpose to me to have a TV in the bedroom.
Got to have a TV in the bedroom.
Do you always watch TV before you go to bed?
No, it gets turned on maybe once a week.
But you got to have it.
But you got to have it. The Saturday mornings when you wake up and you're not going anywhere and you're just kind of lying there, you're like, let's see what's on.
Yeah.
That'd be
Let's
nice.
watch a little cartoons.
See,
that would be nice.
You know what you need?
You know.
You need what we have is like a cabinet that you can just totally shut it off.
That's
so
what we have.
So you can
and then
pretend there's no TV in there until you really
The other
want
reason
one.
you need the TV in the bedroom is, well, the porn. But that's another subject altogether that
They have porn on TV?
Sure.
You can put the porn on TV.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You control the vertical. You control the horizontal.
No, the porn controls the vertical.
Army mother. Ben Folds 5. Because on this day...
It's Ben Folds 5. Not all 5, just
No,
Ben
just
Folds.
Ben Folds.
He's born in 1966.
How many people are in that band? The Ben Holtz.
I
Ben
mean,
Holtz.
you're saying that because you think
Google it.
it's 5. I don't know how many years.
It sounded like more than 5.
That's probably 5. I mean, it would seem to me that would be logical.
I mean, I
wouldn't
heard at least 2 horns.
it? Yeah. It would seem to be logical.
And I would think he would be keyboard.
Yes.
And there was a drum in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're getting close to 5.
How many is that?
I don't know.
I know. So you had a list of some sort, Gina?
I do indeed.
Yeah. What is it?
Well, I wish I had my list thing ready. Sorry about that.
Well, I just know that people, they really do.
Well, surveys have shown that people love lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, I have a list of celebrities who no one hates. And I bet as I read this list, you say that you hate some of them.
I could figure out a reason to hate most of them.
All right,
probably.
let's see.
Number 1, Sir Ian McKellen. Sir Ian. Sir Ian.
Oh, that's pretty hard.
That's hard.
That would be pretty hard to
Yeah, I can't think of any.
hate.
No?
I can't.
Okay.
Wizard, you shall not pass.
I love it when he shouts, "Get out of my head, Charles!"
Well, speaking of, the next name on the list,
Is?
Sir Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, I'm a little suspicious of him.
Why?
Just a little. I'm not sure.
I met him.
Yeah.
Handsome man.
Was he okay?
Yeah, he was all right.
He's not real tall, is he?
He's about my height, maybe a little taller. Yeah.
Does your hate matter?
I don't-
How tall people are?
Well, we're trying to
Sometimes.
find a reason to hate him,
okay.
and I can't think of one.
Okay,
He takes mind-altering substances far too often. No, that's not a good reason.
That's not a good reason.
No.
Okay, you know this name's going to be on the list. Tom Hanks.
Tom
Nobody hates.
Can't think
Tom
of a.
Hanks.
Well,
You really need to listen to that podcast I told you about called Dead Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about this very minor actor who auditions for Band of Brothers. And Tom Hanks is there himself is there to do the audition, which is not common, even though he was a producer of it, but he wanted to be there for this particular part. And the guy doesn't get the part, and he asks his agent, "Why didn't I?" And this was in England. "Why didn't I get the part?" And he said, "Well, Tom Hanks said you had dead eyes." And it just has been bugging him all these years. He says, "I have dead eyes." And so he goes on this journey talking to all of these various people who were involved with the process back then, his former agent, his publicist, people who were there, people who auditioned for the same role, the actor who got the role. He talks to all of these people about it, and he's just obsessed with it. He talks to Colin Hanks, Tom Hanks' son. Finally, he gets a hold of him and sits down with him and talks about it. And then, yes, indeed, Tom Hanks appears on this podcast at the very end.
Well, that's got to be the end of it.
And they chat about it. But it's the whole thing is fascinating. The process.
I'll look into it.
And Tom Hanks ultimately says, I can't imagine that I said that.
Oh.
He said, I
can't think of a reason to hate Tom Hanks, though.
No, he was great in this.
Okay,
All right.
next, Peter Dinklage.
Yeah.
Everybody loves
Yeah.
Peter Dinklage.
I can't think of a reason to.
There's no
dislike Peter
reason to
Dinklage.
dislike.
I think his that character he played in Elf, I think
He was kind of a jerk
I
in
think
that.
he's kind of like that. I think he's
Well, he seemed nice when we met him.
Yeah, we
That was
interviewed him
pre
at-
Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Peter
Yeah.
Dinklage.
Yeah,
too.
he was.
That was station agent Peter Dinklage.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan Reynolds. Nobody hates Ryan Reynolds.
I can't think of a.
Everybody loves Ryan Reynolds. This one, I think you will be surprised, and you will. Danny DeVito.
I don't like Danny DeVito.
Do you have a reason, or you just don't?
Limoncello all about.
Limoncello, you think?
That's a reason.
That's a good reason.
He was
yeah.
drunk on The View.
Yeah.
That was kind of a snotty thing to do.
I've had too many limoncellos.
Apparently, he is very nice. Though.
That's what I hear is the thing.
Yeah.
Samuel Jackson. Everybody loves.
Everybody loves Samuel.
I think no, he's too poor. I am so sick of hearing him ask, "What's in my wallet?" I just can't stand it.
He just wants to know. John Krasinski. Everybody loves.
Can't think of a reason to not like him.
John Krasinski.
Was that from The Office?
Yeah,
Yeah, Jim.
Among other things.
Yeah.
And his wife, Emily Blunt. Everybody likes.
This list is pretty bulletproof.
Yeah.
I gotta say.
Steve Carell.
I don't know.
Can't think of a...
His nose is too big.
That's not a reason to hate him.
Well, it's a reason to dislike him.
And I am enjoying The Patient. Thank you for telling me
Sure.
that. Meryl Streep. Nobody hates Meryl Streep.
Nobody hates Meryl Streep.
Everybody loves. Now, this one I don't agree
Mrs.
with.
Gummer.
Now, I love this person,
Okay.
but I think there are people that don't love him.
Okay.
Harrison Ford.
I don't hate him.
Aren't there people that have a problem with
I
Harrison
don't know.
Ford?
Ultimately, that most of these people, I don't really have strong feelings about one way or another, except maybe Tom Hanks.
How about Philip Seymour Hoffman? Everybody loves.
Everybody loved.
Loved.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Idris Elba. Everybody loves.
Everybody loves Idris Elba.
So far, this list.
This is a bulletproof list.
Bryan Cranston?
No reason to hate him.
I think we need to look a little closer at their private lives, though.
I'm sure
I'll bet
there's
they've
got to
had-
be something.
There have been domestic problems with several of these people. There have to be.
How about Tina Fey and Amy Poehler? Because they're one person.
Again.
Everybody loves.
Amy is a crush of mine.
Well, what's his name? They got divorced.
Deep Voice.
Job.
Job from...
What's his name? Will Arnett.
Yeah, Will Arnett. Now, I listen to him on a podcast occasionally.
Smartless.
Yeah, and he's very funny, and he doesn't talk about. He talks about his kids, but he doesn't talk about her.
Hugh Jackman.
Well, he's just a gentleman, isn't he?
Everybody loves.
Everybody loves him.
Hugh Jackman. Jeff Bridges. Everybody loves. This is a good list.
Jeff Bridges has been married to the same person for decades, and she was a maid at this motel that they were filming the movie Rancho Deluxe, and she was a maid there, and he fell in love with her.
Okay, we have time for one more.
One more is going to...
And if it's not Raymond, I'll be very...
Everybody loves Raymond.
It's not.
It's not?
No.
Katie, Helena Bonham Carter is on this.
Okay. Now, I don't like her.
There we go. This is one we can have.
Helena Bonham Carter, I swear to God, she smells like an ashtray. I'll bet you anything.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
I know.
Oh, no. You've incurred Katie's wrath.
That was a bulletproof list up until the end there.
Helena Bonham Carter.
All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Coming up on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, at 7:45, we will have another letter from our son Kyle. Jonathan Deasing will join us for Tech Talk at 8, and have your phone ready for the $1,000 giveaway happening at 7 a.m. and 9 a.m.
And, of course, there will be more. Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
I see no mention of a Utah word here. Does that mean
In the
we're not?
promo?
Yeah.
It's every other week, isn't it, Katie?
Well, but we're sort of off schedule. Gina,
we can do it.
Gina wrote one, so I'm excited to hear it.
Are you?
Or perform it.
Are you excited to pee on it? That's what you're excited.
No, well, I'm not going to look at it beforehand.
All right. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'm not going to pee.
Unless that screws up your schedule, Katie. It's up to you. All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Too much hominy in the pozole.
Marcy is next.
Are you ready?